What is up, everyone? What is up? As you can see, we got a new camera. That's right, baby. We got two cameras in here now. So I've moved on from the OBS bot Tiny 2. I'm still going to be using it. I actually have this little overhead mount that we'll probably be shifting it over to in the near future, but I wanted to test this out. Do you know the word of the day? The bird is the word. Bird, 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 but bird's the word, bird, 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 but bird's the word, bird, bird, but bird's the word, bird, bird, but bird's the word. Sorry. Obviously, I watch Family Guy. But yeah, as I was saying, I got a brand new camera finally set up. It's been a long time coming to upgrade the stream setup, and yeah, that threw me off. That little bird is the word kind of thing. But yeah, it's been a long time coming to upgrade the stream setup, which is also in part why I haven't made YouTube videos in about a month. It's not because I just decided to stop doing them. I was getting to the point where I was noticing I needed to script a lot of my content. And the issue I was running into was I'm a little bit of a perfectionist, if you haven't realized by now. So the problem was I would script the content and then it would obviously look like I am looking at the screen. So one thing I have is I have actually added a teleprompter. So there's a teleprompter in front of the new Sony camera. And on top of that, if you'll notice, compared to my last streams, there's better lighting as well. So before I only had the one key light, which did a great job, but the issue was that the OBS bot Tiny 2 would always compensate. I forget what the exposure. That was the word. It would compensate the exposure, so I would never get the light just the way I really wanted. So there was a lot of reasons to, move over to the new camera. So, I have a new laptop coming as well. It's going to allow me to do editing on the go. Now, the only thing I didn't install, that I've gotten from my list was I did get a new Elgato capture card. Now, the Elgato HD60S that was thankfully gifted to me secondhand from someone else that no longer needed it is still sufficing for what I need right now for 1080p. So the camera's going over that, and if that capture card shits the bed, I at least have a backup to switch to. When did they add fireproof rating for Ethernet cables? So they're not really fireproof per se, but Ethernet cables have the, there's what we call plenum, which is basically, I forget the specifics about it, but basically, when you are running Ethernet cables in an air return, there's something about the way they're crafted with plenum so that it doesn't, carry the fire through the cable, from my understanding. So that's been around for quite a while. I've run cables with plenum. I did it as a safety measure as well when I ran Cat 6A shielded throughout the house, so they are plenum rated as well. So it's not required everywhere, but it is a code requirement wherever there is an air return. I believe there's a couple other cases where it is required. But yeah. So I'm waiting for another remote as well for my streaming setup because I realized while I was tinkering with the camera, I have a remote to control the zoom and everything for the OBS bot Tiny 2, but I don't have a remote to control that. So there is another remote coming in, but yeah, this was great, as well as the fact that I finally can get around to doing YouTube videos in the ways that I wanted, because over here we have the other part of my stream, well, not my stream upgrades, but my content creation upgrades. That is the DJI Pocket Camera 3 with the DJI Mic 2. So, if you were watching some of my TikTok content, you probably have already seen the newer CM28. Well, I upgraded to the DJI Mic 2. The newer is still a great unit, don't get me wrong. I had a TikTok video that compared the two, and it was just not up to muster. I did give the newer back because it was within the exchange period. I wasn't gifted it. I bought it with my own money, just like most of this equipment. And then the DJI Pocket Camera 3, this is fun. So it's a camera on a gimbal. So this can do up to 4K 30, and then I can compare it with the DJI Mic 2, so I can do some pretty good recording on the go. So as I start doing some more content on the home lab and stuff like that, this is, I think, going to help me get over that line, because I wanted to do more content on home labbing and everything. My shirt looks greener. It's the same shirt. It's the camera. There's a new camera. So I upgraded the camera. I was checking out Cat 8. Don't bother with Cat 8. Just go with Cat 6A. It's more than enough. If you need more than Cat 6A, just go with fiber. Like, seriously. You're not going to get much better than Cat 6A where it actually makes sense. Cat 5e is still fine. I wouldn't deploy Cat 5e when doing new runs now. But if you already have Cat 5e, it's good for 1 gigabit. 1 gigabit, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I want to say, is it 300 meters? Maybe 100 meters? Hold on, now I gotta look that up. Cat 5e distance. 100 meters. Okay. So, Cat 5e is still plenty good. The internet goes up to 1 gigabit per second. It's perfectly fine for that use case. Now, if you were going past 1 gigabit per second, I would definitely start urging people to look at Cat 6a. There is Cat 6, of course, but, you know, Cat 6a is kind of what we moved to. Cat 7 and Cat 8, not even worth it because I believe Cat 6a can do 10 gigabit per second. Yeah, let me see. Cat 6a rated speed. God, it's been a while since I've done low voltage. Yeah, up to 10 gigabit per second match, but up to 100 meters. So 100 meters, up to 10 gigabit per second. And honestly, if you're feeling like you need more than that, again, fiber. Everyone needs more fiber, especially as you get older. If you see me adjusting the light, that's because I'm still playing with how I want the lighting to be done. Because I now added another light over there. So the key light mini over there, and there's a key light air over here. I haven't added another light over here. I'm debating getting another key light just to improve the lighting. But so far, I think it's doing pretty well. I mean, I'm seeing a little bit of a shadow from this end of things, but when you get up and close, it's not that bad. So, how's the PoE? I have power over Ethernet in my lab over here, so this red Ethernet cable here is my powered one. This yellow one is my non-powered one, but I believe the yellow one is pulled out right now because I have the Cat, what is it? The Ethernet to IX connector for my little MNT Pocket Reform, which is this guy over here that has this little connector. Hold on. Will it focus? Eh, 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 eh. Hold on. Let me cover my face. Yeah, so this, if you're not familiar, it's kind of weird to look at that. This, if you're not familiar with this connector, this is IX Industrial. This is an Ethernet type connector. It's just one that you probably won't see often, to the point that this is the first time I've actually seen it. Now, talking to some of the network guys at work and stuff like that, they've used these once in a while. It's not too common, but yeah, your current package is 200 megabit up and down. I would like to get synchronous Ethernet. The only reason I pay for a 1 gigabit package is the 1 gigabit package I have allows me 50 megabit upload. I don't need 1 gigabit down. I would like to get a 200 by 200 connection. That seems perfect to me because I'm paying for the upload and everything. What's up, Sin2 Pinking? How you doing? But yeah. So far, I'm loving the camera. I did at least run into a couple of issues where I, of course, had to clean the HDMI feed. And then, what I mean by that is it gives you like all the stats and information and all that, like you're looking through the camera. So I had to remove that. There is, of course, a continuous power in there with a dummy battery, and I had to turn off the setting that allows power saver mode after about 30 minutes or so. So I think it's a pretty good, you know, setup that I have right now. Um, but of course, I can always switch back to the OBS camera because what I did is I set up two buttons over here. So I can actually just press the button. And now we're back on the OBS spot. So like look at the difference on this camera quality here, okay? So this is the webcam I was using before. And this is the new one. Makes a lot of a difference, doesn't it? And the capture card that I have, I don't think even has HDR. I think this can output HDR on the camera. But yeah, I'm really excited for this, and seeing how I can improve my content and everything. Oh, yeah, I'm in the middle of an ad break, so of course a bunch of people didn't see that. But, yeah, speaking of, movies and stuff, we finished Back to the Future Part 3 over in the Discord. So we do a movie night over there. If you haven't really joined already, you're more than welcome to join the Discord. I have it I have a linked out, so you can go to discord.chiefgeek3d.com or check the links in bio for that. Right now, my reward card has over $20, 20 USD on it. Reward card for what? I don't know. But yeah, so now the ad breaks over. I want to bring it up to 100 USD. A reward card for what? I'm curious what you're talking about there. But yeah, so I am still using the old webcam. This is the webcam that I've been using for almost 2 years now, I want to say. Yeah, close to 2 years. I think I've been using this OBS Bot Tiny 2 camera. So that's the camera we were using. So, camera 1, camera 2. Look at that. Like, even I'm looking at the screen and it looks so much better. Not to mention, I like the fact that now that I've had the camera a little bit further back and the lens is a little bit wider, I feel like I can get a better shot. The only issue, of course, is that this is stationary, so I kind of have to, yeah, it's not too bad. I like the OBS Bot Tiny 2. Do not get me wrong. If you're wanting to do, like, a nice webcam, of course, this is, the webcam itself is $250 if I recall. Now, I was sent the OBS Bot Tiny 2 by OBS Bot to review, and I loved it, and I kept using it. It's a great camera, USB-C connection, and then you just plug it into your device. As long as it has USB 3, it'll work plenty fine. I definitely will recommend it to a ton of people. And then you can get another remote. You can get this remote over here officially from them that lets it move around and do all the things. But the Sony, yeah, that Sony is just so much nicer in terms of the camera view and everything. The Elgato Facecam. I was looking at that, and the teleprompter I'm using is the Elgato teleprompter. It does have the ability to put the Facecam in, but there was just something about, like, looking at the Facecam, it didn't feel like it was going to be that much of an upgrade from the OBS Bot Tiny 2, that it was just kind of going to be same shit, different day, more or less. Like, I felt like it wasn't going to be worth it. Whereas the Sony ZV-E10, I feel like is going to up things, especially in terms of when I start doing YouTube videos again, which I want to do soon. So I'm going to probably start working on some content this week. A little bit of it probably will be relating to Elon Musk and Doge and just how much of a headache that's been in the past month. Fair bit of warning. Yes, my content does veer towards tech, but there is a lot of overlap with politics, and you just can't avoid it when you're in cybersecurity because we have to deal with regulations, laws, compliance, things like that. So it's just something that is always going to be intertwined into my content. And seeing as Muskrat is doing all the things with the Doge and accessing data in ways that doesn't make sense from a cybersecurity perspective, that I presume I really believe it's going to be a continuous talking point, not just in the streams, but in upcoming YouTube content, for better or worse. Now, I do notice like every now and then it feels like there's a little bit of a stutter when I'm viewing this video here. I don't know if that's the capture card. No big deal. If the capture card ends up being crappy, I can always switch it. I never thought that Doge would be a problem. Honest truth is, I always felt that um I thought that Donald Trump was going to be trouble, especially when I saw him disband the CSRB immediately as one of his first executive orders. There was no reason to do that. And then it was just the snowballing effect. I'd also love your take on the administration telling cybersecurity to not focus on Russia anymore. Yeah. It's really stupid that they're doing that because the reality is, whether you like it or not, a lot of cybersecurity attacks do have roots from Russia, whether it be independent people in Russia or state actors. There's no getting around that. Um, so it's very disheartening that the U.S. has become the situation that it is. I mean, did you see what what's that schmuck's name? Marco Rubio was just sinking into the couch during the J.D. Vance, Donald Trump, uh, mess up of the discussion with Zelensky. What's up, VTuber? How's it going? I bought extra popcorn for my popcorn machine when I heard that. It's going to be an interesting couple of years. Yep. Yep. Yeah, you took. This is so. Well, you have to remember that Zelensky has literally been a wartime president for several years in his country. He is on the front line. Well, he's not directly on the front lines, but if you ever watch him, he's usually wearing a military uniform because, his country is under siege and all the Ukrainians are basically just fighting for the sovereignty and autonomy of their country. I can understand anyone being in his situation being as, not despair, just exhausted as he's been. I can say that as someone that has actually experienced rocket fire. I was in Israel during the second Intifada, and was this 2006? I want to say I was there on vacation, and remember when you'd hear Tzava Adom, red alert, you'd run to the shelter. For those of you that don't know, part of Israeli building code requires bomb shelters to be built in buildings. Yeah. So I can totally understand where they're coming from. I'm not making a comment on the whole Israeli-Palestinian conflict from that. I'm just telling from my experience how that can be draining, and that was just a short period of time. Can you imagine a 2-year onslaught? Has it been 2? No, it's been longer. How long has the whole Ukrainian crisis been going on? Russia-Ukraine war. When did that start? That started in 2014? Has it been that long? Or am I reading the wrong one? Yeah, it's been going on for a minute. Huh. Shit. 2014 was Crimea. Okay, 2014 was Crimea, then it flared up. 2021. Yep. Okay, yeah, you're right. I was like, this feels like it's been going on forever. So the reality is, and this is why I don't understand where Trump is coming from, where he's admiring Putin and everything. Putin has violated ceasefires many times. He'll sign it, then come back in. Sign it, then come back in. We'll wear a suit when the war is over. Yeah. And you know, there's been a lot of misinformation from the Russian side on things. Like, they tried to paint Zelensky as, like, some kind of a dictator because he's still in, he hasn't had an election. But then I looked into it, and I'm like, apparently the Ukrainian constitution doesn't allow elections during wartime. They've been in wartime for years. Although I do have to say that I'm pretty proud of the statement that I had earlier on Blue Sky. For those of you that have not seen it. Hold on one second. Let me pull this up. I made this just a little while. Stand with Ukraine. They elected a comedian and got a leader. We elected a clown and got a full-blown circus that keeps getting worse. One fights for democracy. The other fights for his ego. The difference couldn't be clearer, yet some people still don't get it. Feel like he is right in feeling frustrated as they've come to a compromise a few times and Russia keeps overstepping and breaking those compromises. Oh, I would be exhausted if I were in his position as well. 5070 Ti or 4072 Ti Super. I mean, go with whatever's the better value. I mean, 5070 is the current latest one. If you can get a 4070 Ti at a good deal, you'll be fine. I mean, I'm still rocking a 3070 and a 3050 over here, but I am looking to upgrade my stream box over here from the 3050 to at least a 4000 series so I can get AV1 encoding. Not as gung-ho on upgrading the GPU on this one yet, even though it's on a 3070. It's great. Right now, our non-credible defense is spiraling. What's that, Mario? I'm not familiar with that one. 6060 Ti still runs like a beast. Yeah, like my 3070 and 3050 are great. The only reason I upgraded to a 3050 in this box over here from a 1660 was I wanted the NVIDIA RTX. Not for gaming and everything, but the RTX video and audio processing. Because there are some ways that it can do noise reductions and all of that stuff. Whereas the 3070 in here was just what I built it with from day zero. It's a Reddit sub. I kind of figured that, but I don't know what that's about. That's a great statement. I thought so. And apparently on Mastodon, I've upset some people because I don't tag my political posts as politics. And I'm like, well, excuse me here, but this is my Mastodon account on my Mastodon server. So you can just scroll on. Don't tell me what to do. Because, like, there was I don't know, I was feeling like, for some reason, a little bit spunky today. And I followed up that post with, I don't get why people struggle to understand why Gazans want to stay in Gaza. When a tornado flattens a town, people rebuild. When hurricanes devastate New Orleans, residents return. Why? Because it's their home. People don't just abandon their history, roots, and identity that easily. And as I've said before, without going too deep into it, I'm neither pro-Israel nor pro-Palestinian. I am pro-Israeli people and pro-Palestinian people. I do believe there's some way we can all coexist. I don't know how we get there, but I know that what we're doing currently isn't working. So, look, we all have claims to the land. How about we all just, accept that we all basically have a lot of the same goals and desires, which is peace, prosperity, and to raise our children and the next generation in safety and in a better situation than we ourselves have. We always want to leave the next generation better off than we currently are in. And I can tell you, for those of you that don't know me, I'm Moroccan. I have family that's both Jewish and Muslim. I have family that's both Israeli and Palestinian. Having been to the West Bank, having been, in Gaza for a little bit to visit some friends and family. This was back in 2009. They're very lovely people. On all sides, you have lovely people. The problem is you got dicks at the top that are, just having a dick measuring contest. And I just realized something. Hold on 1 second. Aha, I knew it. Okay, hold on. I gotta fix something. I knew I forgot something. 1 second. So let's copy all of this into there. Okay. Yeah, it was like my alerts didn't show because I'm still making all the tweaks and edits and everything. So I didn't put over the stream elements, but thank you for the follow, 07 Moki. What did I walk into? An ADHD rant and tangent on different things. We're playing with my new equipment for my stream, and I was talking about the Ukrainian crisis, and then we got talking about how the U.S. government wants us to step down our cybersecurity efforts towards Russia. Hey, appreciate the love, Moki. Happy hacking, buddy. Thank you for joining us on the Twitch side. What are your thoughts on hacking movies? Is there a real or close to being real? Honestly, most of them suck. The only thing that I have found relatively close to reality, I would give them maybe a B+. And this is the highest grade I've given in any terms of cybersecurity that I've seen so far. The very first season of Mr. Robot. Just the first season. After that, it goes downhill. So, if you want to get a realistic perspective, relative. Now remember, it's Hollywood. They're going to embellish, they're going to exaggerate, and, I felt like Trump doing that. I don't like that. I just felt nasty doing that. We're going to make cybersecurity movies great again. It's gonna be huge. This vulnerability is huge. But seriously, the first season of Mr. Robot, out of everything, movies, TV shows that I've seen, bar none, that is the most realistic. Again, it's Hollywood, so take some of the stories with a grain of salt. But they talk about Kali, they talk about Tor, they talk about a few things. The first season was great. Then apparently, I don't know, I was told it was something like the FBI or something like them was hammering on them like, yo, you're talking too much about real things, and this is, scary that people are learning this. And I'm sitting here like, people should learn this shit. People should learn how this works. Now, Hackers, the movie you mentioned, the 1995 classic, love that movie. That is a cult classic in the tech world. It is. I always recommend watching that movie just for the laughs about it. We got a virus, give it a flu shot. Psh, hack the planet. All that shit. It is a great movie, to enjoy things. Plus, let's be honest, that movie came out when I was like 4, 5, 6 years old. When I was old enough that I was coming of age, you gotta admit, Angelina Jolie. Even my female friends were like, I could be lesbian for that. You want to tell me I'm wrong? Did I hear about the Doge stimulus check? It's gonna be a bunch of bullshit. Here's the thing. From what I recall looking into what they were talking about, Doge would have to meet their goals. I think they set out to like $2 trillion. Not only that, apparently the check is only going to go to net taxpayers. What I mean by that is people that are actually paying taxes, not the ones that got refunds, if I'm not mistaken. So people like me that actually had to pay taxes this year, yeah, we would get that. But here's the thing. It's probably not going to happen. It's probably a bunch of bullshit. I'm just being honest. Yeah, nobody's getting anything from Doge. Except a bunch of headaches and a migraine. And this is why we drink in cybersecurity. You think America is falling behind in the cyber arms race? Not really. Here's the reality. A lot of the cybersecurity stuff is coming from the USA. China, which definitely is very, very advanced technologically. So I've been on Xiaohongshu, Red Note. I've been on there like since right around the TikTok ban was starting. I'm still active there. I took a little break for a couple weeks or anything. They don't know cybersecurity as well as we do. And part of that is, I believe, actively not trying to disparage the Chinese people, but the Chinese government doesn't allow, from my understanding, even the CISSP exam. So the CISSP, the Certified Information Security System Professional certification that I got, that's not allowed in China because there's several parts in there. They generally don't want to have a lot of Chinese people to have access to knowledge of, like Tor and deep encryption, cryptography. You have VPNs, like a lot of the things in the CISSP is stuff they don't generally want the average person to know over there. However, they do have a CISSP equivalent, like CCSP, or no, that's different. There's a different one. I forgot the acronym. I was talking to some of my, community out there on Red Note to learn more. And, yeah. Speaking of which, I'm in the middle of studying when I have time to get my ham radio license. So I will plan to have some ham radio content in the near future. Part of what spawned that was dealing with my Meshtastic devices. I wanted to get deeper into repeaters and realized I'm going to need a license, not for repeaters per se, but amplification and stuff like that. So I'm going to shoot to have my general license before DEF CON. That's pretty achievable. I am working with a platform right now. And if it works out pretty well, I will share the details of it. Thank you for the follow, Josh. But yeah, what kind of beer do you have in the fridge? I don't have beer. Not that I am against beer, but ever since I went to Portugal, I have really loved Vinho Verde wine, and Portuguese wine is really, inexpensive. Like, this is my more expensive Portuguese bottle, which I picked up around, like, $11. I finally found a way to afford my alcohol habit. No, I'm kidding. Also, man, I got my ham radio license in December of 2023. Nice. Finally found people just chatting about FOSS. So, yeah, we chat FOSS. I use Linux over here. We do gaming on Linux. I'm hoping to switch back into playing Wolfenstein 2 later tonight. Also been meaning to get into Marvel Rivals. It is installed on my Linux box over here. I just haven't gotten around to playing it, even though I've had it for like weeks. We've just been chilling out and doing a lot of different things. I know nothing about wine. The few I tasted was super bitter and I couldn't drink much. Then you will like this one. So this is a brand that I've been able to find in a lot of different stores. So if you go to Trader Joe's, there is, I'm going to tell you about two. This isn't the Trader Joe's one is the cheapest. It's still pretty good. I just don't buy it because it doesn't fit into my little wine fridge I have below my desk. Yes, I have a wine fridge below my desk. It's called Esperal. It's $6.50 a bottle when I go pick it up at Trader Joe's. They only have one Portuguese wine when I went to Trader Joe's. Now, Whole Foods, Kroger's, and a few other places, they also have a brand that I actually drank while I was in Portugal called Casal Garcia. That's what I'm drinking right now. That runs about $10 a bottle. So this is Vinho Verde. It's a green wine. Literally, it's what, it translates to. It's young. It's a young wine. Portuguese wines are really inexpensive, very tasty. Portugal must be beautiful. Oh, it's absolutely beautiful. I want to move there. Straight up, want to move there. I'm actually looking to see if my job will let me transfer to the Portuguese office. That's something I got to talk about with my work a little bit more. Portugal, the Costco also I found has a nice uh, red wine from Lisbon, Portugal. I think that was only like $10, $11. But I'm not a big fan of red wines. But that one was definitely drinkable. Now you have to remember with red wines, you need to let them breathe. So you pop the bottle open, give it a few minutes to aerate. Or at least when you see people, swirl over the wine and everything, that's literally to do a couple of things. One, see if there's impurities in the glass and if things stick to it. But also to aerate the wine. You don't need to do that with white wines. White wines and green wines, they generally, you can just pop open and drink, but you need to let the tannins settle. Here's your opinion on sale of official OS. Haven't played with it much. What do you think about the U.S. halting all cybersecurity efforts against Russia? Curious to hear a professional opinion. So we were talking about this a little bit earlier. It's dumb. It's dumb as hell. So in my professional career, the places that tend to have most of the cyber attacks traced to, that I've seen firsthand. This isn't like like what people are statistically saying, but what I have seen primarily come from Russia and China. Those are the two big ones. Does that mean they necessarily are directly from there? They could be hopping off from, a proxy like a VPN or something like that. I'm not going to get too deep into that. But those are two places that often attacks are traced from. That's not that I'm saying that they are all necessarily directly attached to state governments. They could be individuals doing nefarious things. A rising other one is India. India has also been rising in the spectrum. I want to move to Italy. Italy's all right. It's I haven't been there too much except for a day trip when I used to live in Germany. The general class is nice because you can get access to HF, which can be heard at great distances. That's part of why I want to get into general. To get into HF and everything. So part of the reason I've actually installed Cat6a shielded across the house for my Ethernet was to prepare for eventually getting deeper into ham. So I've actually already done some scouting on my roof of how I can mount some antennas, because I want to mount a satellite dish to grab satellite weather telemetry. I want to, put a couple of antennas up there for HF, UHF, VHF, I think it is too. And then I also want to do another one that'll have my Meshtastic node. I'm going to have an outdoor Meshtastic node I'm going to put together soon that'll have a solar panel and a big-ass battery attached to it. Speaking of big-ass battery, I still got to get around to, excuse me, I got the hiccups, replacing the battery in this guy over here. I have an upgrade coming in, so this laptop over here, as I've been talking about, the MNT Pocket Reform, love this laptop. There is a couple of issues that I'm working through, but since it's completely open sourced and fully right to repair, that's what's great. I get to tinker with it. So not only do I need to replace the batteries in here, because one of the packs I think was defective, and while some people might go, hey, your laptop doesn't, work out the box, we should go with the manufacturer. I mean, yeah, you could, but where's the fun in that? So I have the battery pack in there. I got to just either crimp the connector or solder it together. I got both options just in case, depending on my mood. And what I'm looking at doing, so I'm working with PCBWay. They're going to be sponsoring some content in the near future. PCBWay, if you're not familiar with them, great company to make your circuit board projects, CNC, laser engraving, things like that. And they actually made the case and the PCB boards in here for MNT. I have been able to confirm that. So the issue that I found is the Wi-Fi, I believe, is overheating in here. It's been a reported issue for many. And that's because the thermal pads on there are directly attached to this back plate over here. Now, this back plate is really just a PCB with copper inside of it, so it doesn't really dissipate heat all that well. So someone in the community for the MNT Pocket Reform made an aluminum back plate. So I'm going to replace this entire thing with 6061 aluminum. Now, PCBWay is sponsoring the project, so I got to get the final confirmation hopefully on Monday, because we were going back and forth until Friday and then weekend. You know how it is. So I'm going to have it match this purple anodized 6061 aluminum, and then we're going to have my logo, the penguin, laser engraved into this. So hopefully that works out pretty well. I'll know more within the week or so. But yeah, so we've got that project working on, and then I'll be installing the 4G modem for cellular data in there on the go. I've got 4G antennas, and I've already talked about in prior video how we're going to take the bezel off here and put the antenna underneath it, so hopefully I can have a pretty sleek look. And then I'm going to slap either a 1 or 2 terabyte NVMe in here as well for a bunch of extra storage, and then move the entire operating system off the eMMC flash to the NVMe. I think it'll be great. And then I did hear back from Tuxedo Computers about my new laptop, which is going to be my mobile editing and workstation laptop. I don't know if y'all saw that. But I did get confirmation on one of the proofs, because they too are laser engraving stuff into my laptop. I put that on Blue Sky and Mastodon. I could show that all there. This is the laser engraved logo of mine that they're putting on the super key, as you Windows users call it the start key. Since I don't use Windows, we didn't want the start button, so my keyboard actually says super on it because it's a System 76. So, to give you an idea, that laptop will be super customized. Yeah, I think it's going to look really great, Cinti. Do you like retro games and consoles? Yeah, I love retro games and consoles. I grew up with Nintendo and a bunch of others. I just don't play a lot of retro games on here, other than that one time I basically drank a whole bottle of Portuguese wine and played Oregon Trail, and then, yeah, that was a fun night. Same, I have Rivals installed, but haven't played much past the tutorial. What takes 100 watts over PoE? I don't think there's anything that does 100 watts. Because you have to remember, Ethernet cable doesn't have that thick of a wire to send that kind of power over. If I recall, it's like 25 watts or so. Don't quote me on that. People are saying Firefox just took away all the privacy they had. Is that true? What to use instead? No, they didn't take your privacy away. It's really much ado about nothing. So Firefox added a user user policy, which every piece of software has out there. Okay? What happened is they released a user policy. People read too much into it. Yes, there was some bad wording in there that they later on clarified and everything like that. But here's the one thing people are overlooking. You can turn off any data that Firefox happens to send back to Mozilla. But most of the data that Mozilla is gathering is telemetry. Not telemetry, it's debug, system information, that kind of stuff. That kind of telemetry. It's not actually gathering where you're, going and all that. Now, I will say this, Mozilla, you need to stop with that stupid AI shit. I don't know why you invested in AI, why everybody's investing in, core system info. Thank you, VTuber. I don't know why every single tech company under the sun is like, we gotta add AI, and we gotta put a large language model in our freaking thing. How about you just have your web browser be a fucking web browser, and if we want a damn LLM, we'll add the extension. What's up, Barack? What's up, dickhead? Hey. Hey, hey, hey. Can I help you? God, I gotta get your nails done. What, you want to be part of the stream too? He's a good boy. Wait. Do you need to go outside? Okay, okay. Let me take these guys out. 1 second. We will be right back. That's why he's bothering me. All right, we'll be back. Hey, 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 I am taking you out. All right, be right back. All right, we're back. Sorry. I did let the dogs out before I started the stream, but then they needed to go out again. Yeah. All right. Everyone that made Mozilla great is gone. Yeah, but here's the reality. What are your alternatives other than Mozilla? And don't say a fork of Firefox. Because it still depends on all the work upstream of Firefox. The reality is, as much as I may complain about Firefox and some of the things the core company is doing, there is no real alternative anymore, because your alternative is what? Apple Safari? What are you going to say? De-Googled Chrome, which is still dependent upon Google Chrome, which is, screwing up the Manifest v2 so that you're going to be forced to do Manifest v3? There's not much difference. But at the end of the day, Mozilla's at least a non-profit, whereas Google and all the other companies running web browsers are not. How do you feel about Brave? I use Brave as a browser when I need to access a website that works better on Chromium-based browsers. Fun fact, my mentor, she was actually a project manager at Brave. She was also a DEF CON speaker. Really lovely lady. But the issue is it's still Chromium based. Now, of course, they're saying that they're not going to be, forcing everyone to go to Manifest v3 for the extension, which is going to break a lot of the ad blockers and everything. But there's no. The reality is the Brave extensions are still dependent upon the Google Chrome extension store thing. Microsoft has their own, but it's still pretty much dependent upon Chrome extensions. So there's nothing stopping Google from forcing Manifest v3 at the extension store level. Good follow info. During the stream because of the thumbnail of Tux holding a Desert Tech MDR, or it's the older Tavor. It's a bullpup that I actually pulled from, what was it, the IWI Tavor. I just thought that was always an interesting looking firearm. I've actually gotten to hold and handle them up close and personal when I was in Israel a few years ago. They're a really interesting firearm and plenty capable. They were designed for actual urban combat as well as desert combat, whereas to compare, you get the M4s, M16s that they can jam up pretty easily. I mean, you have to maintain them, but yeah. I have not tried Sailfish OS. Why have I had like several people asking me about Sailfish OS this stream? There's so many distributions and stuff, it's hard to get around to tinkering with everything. After being in Linux for close to like, what? It's hard to say this, but I'm in my 30s and I've been using Linux for close to 20 years. And after a while, you just kind of get to be a basic bitch where you're like, this thing works for what I need! Yay! This is straight Debian. My desktop is Pop OS. My security laptop is Cubes OS. I'm pretty much stuck in that bubble of things. Because once I find things, I stick with it. Although, on my Android phone, I have been on Graphene OS for 2 years, my Pixel 7a. Second, I'm curious here now. Sailfish OS. Was that the OS that was on? Yeah, that's the mobile OS one. It's a paid Linux operating system? That's kind of weird. But if I'm going to put a different operating system on my cell phone as of right now, I'm probably going to be putting Graphene OS. Which, by the way, I don't know if y'all saw this on my Blue Sky and Mastodon. I am potentially looking at moving entirely from the 1 foot in the Apple world, 1 foot in the Android world, to a pure Graphene OS setup for my everyday device. It's not that I have issues with Apple per se, but it's that I'd like to lean more towards privacy and all of that being more in my control. I've already been speccing out what I'm going to be doing to replace iCloud and how I'm going to do my contacts and calendar sync and everything like that. So I'm playing with that with my Pixel 7a right now that's running Graphene OS. But I probably won't go full bore into it until the Pixel 10 is at least released. I'm going to have to go through the whole hurdle of removing the iMessage from that phone so my texts can still come in. That's the thing is, like you're saying, Mac, that you're so deep in with Apple, you just keep it. I'm the same way. I mean, I still have an iPhone. I have an Apple Watch, but I would need to get a Pixel 10 and a Pixel Watch. And then the Pixel phone will have Graphene OS installed. The one issue I found with Graphene OS is I can't do contactless payments from my phone. That's not a limitation of Graphene OS per se, but rather that Google requires a signed operating system in order for contactless payments to work. So my workaround with that is I'm going to be getting a Pixel Watch with LTE. And that Pixel Watch, as confirmed by several others, can pair with Graphene OS, but still allow me to do contactless payments. And some people will be like, that seems convoluted to do. But then, I was thinking about it and I'm like, I never really do contactless payments on my phone because it feels weird to like pull out your phone when if I'm going to stick my hand back to get my phone, I'm instinctively going to reach for my wallet anyway and then grab a card out. Whereas when I do contactless payments, I do it with the watch. So for me, it wouldn't be changing much of anything except, yeah, why not use a physical card? Because, like I was just explaining, if I have my watch already here and I can, open up the payment and I can do that, great. But also, there is a little bit more security around Apple Pay than there is using your regular credit card. Because Apple Pay adds a little bit of a layer on top of what would normally be the NFC payment from your credit card. So that's why. Plus, sometimes I don't want to, if I'm out and about, I've had this incident, well, not really, because I have a chain on my wallet, just because I keep forgetting my wallet, but, yeah. I use my phone, but mainly because I rarely carry a purse, so I have a wallet on back of my phone. You're one of those people. I'm kidding. Same, I stick to Mac OS and Brave. I mean, I used to, rock Mac OS. The reason why I turned against Mac and went full Linux was Apple made their laptops too damn expensive. Whereas I used to be able to, buy a MacBook with the CPU spec that I needed. So I'd get like the Core i5, Core i7, whatever I needed there. And then just get the basic hard drive and the basic memory. And then just go straight to Micro Center. Well, actually, I'd buy the Mac computer from Micro Center. Then I'd walk over to the hard drive and memory section. And I would then upgrade it. So like I literally remember buying my last MacBook. No, my last MacBook was given to me by when I left a job years ago. But before then, I, would literally buy the Mac, get the Apple Care or whatever the warranty was, and then walk over to memory, get the memory I needed that would max out the laptop and the hard drive. And I'd save myself like 5, 6, 7, 800 bucks over getting it directly from Apple. But then they started soldering everything in. Like, I think I showed this. M4 Mac Mini is a beast, little work machine, zero complaints. Problem is, for my work, it's not enough. Like, I need 64 gigs of RAM no matter what I do. Hope your night is going well, man. I was wondering if I could ask you a quick question. You just asked your question. I'm kidding. Ask your question. Why do people do that? It's like, I'm wondering if I could ask you a question. Just ask your question. The worst that happens is they're just coming by so fast I might miss it. Yeah, I work at a browser and terminal. Yeah, I work on the actual device. So the other issue is Apple sucks at virtual machines, and that's a lot of what I use. Needs more ports too. Oh, absolutely. Like, Even this desktop over here that does all the streaming and everything, this guy, I had to add an extra PCI Express card to give me enough USB A and C ports for all the things I have connected in with this stream. Yeah. I have a mini card. It's pretty nice and convenient. What do you mean you have a mini card? Apple is taxing for no reason. Well, the reality is because Apple used to charge you for the software. Apple used to charge you for the software. I remember you used to be able to go into the Apple store and buy the Apple OS X software. I think it was like $100 or so. You used to pay for the discs for the upgrades and everything. Then they gave it for free. The issue with that is, while it's great that they gave it for free, their sales are dependent almost entirely on hardware sales. Even though they make money from services now, like Apple Music, Apple TV, the App Store, iTunes. I really gotta clean the dust down here. Well, I've been cleaning the basement a little bit, so the dust has been getting kicked up, which is why you see me rubbing my nose. VMs are hosted on my Debian machine using Cockpit. I'm running Graphene OS on a Pixel 9 Pro, but find the camera quality isn't as good. There are some enhancements directly in the Google OS, I remember, but I haven't seen camera issues with my 7A. I'll know more when I test the Pixel 10. I'm pretty sure if you do some Googling for, like, Pixel 9 graphene camera quality, some people will talk about it and maybe have some suggestions. You may have to install a better camera app than the camera app that comes with graphene. The one that comes with graphene tries to strip out the privacy issue related stuff. So there might be something related to it. Are there no open source Google Wallet alternatives for Graphene OS? No. Because Google Wallet isn't dependent upon... Here's why it can't be open sourced. Apple Pay, Google Wallet, PayPal, all of these things, they're just intermediaries. All they're doing is they're communicating with Visa, MasterCard, whatever other credit processor that you're using to facilitate the payment. So even if you have an open source application, you would still have to get it approved by Visa, MasterCard, and then all the banks that individually use it. So, like, let's say you get a Chase card. Chase has to then approve that it works with Apple Pay. You get it from a credit union. That also has to be approved. Citi, that has to be approved. So it's not an issue of the application being open source fixes the problem. It's an issue of it talking to the payment processors. That's the issue. And again, this goes back to, as I've talked about in several other streams, the issue with the payments, the financial system as we have it, and why cryptocurrency was designed the way it was before crypto bros came in and ruined everything and made everything a meme coin. You would have more access to be able to do payments and everything like that. And the issue with Graphene OS, as I talked about earlier, isn't that Graphene OS can't do NFC payments. It's that Google won't allow unsigned OSs that haven't, been verified by Google to do these payments. That's why Samsung, like the little S23 I have over here, this one can work with Google Wallet because it's been verified by Google to work. Can't the wallet talk to the backend API of Google Wallet? No, you're not listening to the problem I said. Google has to allow the operating system. End of discussion. It's not an issue of building an app for that. It's the issue of all the back-end things. And I have a feeling, as I was talking before with Visa, MasterCard, and all of these things, they only allow it to work when it's compliant. Yes, as HBX is mentioning, PCI DSS, which is the payment card industry. I forget what the other part stands for, but it's basically the regulatory requirements to do credit card processing. If you are a business that is handling credit cards, you must comply with PCI DSS. If it's an open source software, there is no entity to comply with PCI DSS. That would then put the burden on every single individual doing the processing. And let me tell you, having been one of those people that's had to go through PCI DSS paperwork for clients that has to be done almost on a yearly basis, most of y'all could not do that. Because this is literally, PCI DSS is asking things about how you're handling the data, how you're securing the data, what are your breach mitigations. Like, this is getting into it. And there's a reason why a lot of businesses have been outsourcing the payment processing and getting rid of their internal payment processing systems. Isn't that just for the US? No, there's regulations that are similar over in Europe and in the rest of the world. So, yeah, the reality is there's a lot more to it than just thinking that an app will fix it. It's about all the payment cards, the entire industry. And then the individual banks that has to communicate with. So it's not as simple as just, oh, I'll make an app to replace it. No. It's everything in between. Having secure access to Visa, MasterCard, and all the other different processors out there. Risk management. Don't get me started on risk management. Risk management is why cybersecurity people drink. I feel like cybersecurity, those departments at work should be entitled to a wet bar with plenty of booze. And every time the term risk exception is spoken, we take a shot. I think that should be the new law of cybersecurity. Actually, Fireball. Fireball is when you want to get fucked up. I ain't had a fireball since college, damn. Are you familiar with the CyberCorp scholarship? What are your thoughts on it? I am not familiar with that one. What's a programming language that is being used more often during software engineering? I don't do too much in the way of software engineering, but I know in cybersecurity, a lot of things are Python and PowerShell and Bash. Those are the main ones. Now, I do hear that more people are picking up on Rust as a programming language because it actually can do a lot better with memory leaks and memory security related issues and stuff like that. Warp.dev shell is pretty nice. Yeah, I think HBX was the one talking about it in the Discord. If you want to learn programming, use Haskell. I haven't done much in that way. Think about replacing Windows with Linux and wondering what distro do you recommend. I like Pop OS. It's made by System 76. It's a fork of Ubuntu. Has a little bit more polish. It's what I use daily for a lot of my stuff. And it's got the NVIDIA drivers built in to the OS out of the box. So it's pretty smooth sailing as an NVIDIA user. Where literally I haven't had issues other than when I didn't update my NVIDIA driver and my kernel was too new to work with the NVIDIA driver. But that was simply just apt remove NVIDIA, whatever version it was, apt install NVIDIA, latest version, reboot, and suddenly my UI and everything worked properly. Are double spend payments in crypto still possible? Not really. I mean, a lot of people have been looking for confirmations as a requirement to be able to, uh, do that. And most wallets are, pulling that. But also, you have like ones like Monero that it like locks the money in the wallet before it actually can send it out. So yeah, it's not as much of an issue. Even Linus Torvalds is in favor of Rust. Yeah. For pen testing and daily use. Well, for pen testing, you'll want to probably look at Parrot OS and just keep this to a virtual machine. Kali. Kali is a great operating system to do that stuff, but keep it as a virtual machine. Don't install Kali bare metal. If you want to install a pen testing distribution, ethical hacking distribution, bare metal on a machine, get Parrot OS. Parrot OS is designed to be a daily user. Kali is really not. And I don't know why everyone jumps in and like uses Kali and like wants to make that a daily. No, don't do that. You will hate yourself. How do you feel about Kubuntu 24.10? It's just Ubuntu with KDE. If you like KDE as a desktop environment, it's a nice option. But there's nothing stopping you from installing KDE on any other distribution as well. So, pick your poison. Parrot works for daily, was mine for an entire year as a school laptop. Oh yeah, you can get Parrot OS without all the ethical hacking tools and just get the straight desktop. It is very pretty. I will say that. It is a very pretty operating system. I like what they've done with it. It's also based on Debian and everything like that. I want to start distro hopping. Kubuntu is my first distro. I mean, you can do that. I haven't distro hopped in years. I've been on Pop OS since its first LTS. I want to say, was that 1804 or 2004? Before that, I was on Xubuntu, Xubuntu as some people call it. That is Ubuntu with XFCE. I liked it because it was very, very lightweight and speedy. Because the reality is, I'm a basic bitch on things. And I like Pop OS because the way they customize GNOME makes it look like a Mac. Now, I am excited for when they have the Cosmic desktop environment. That, I think, will be really, really nice. Because it's all written in Rust and should theoretically fix a lot of the issues and gripes that I've had with GNOME. I run Arch on my laptop. Work as Windows. Of course you run Arch. Arch users are like the CrossFit vegans of Linux. They don't have to tell you that you don't have to ask them what distribution they use. They will tell you. Not that it's just Linux, but that it's Arch Linux. Whereas every other Linux distribution will just say they use Linux. And then we'll tell you which distribution they use. What kind of server would you recommend if you can't self-host? Don't know if I'm fully understanding what you mean by that, but if I were to do that, because self-hosting comes in various different capacities. Self-hosting can mean that you, physically have the hardware. Self-hosting can also mean that you have it hosted in the cloud by a provider like Linode, or DigitalOcean, or AWS, or Microsoft Azure, or Hetzner, or OVH, or I'm probably forgetting a couple out there. So you can do that. So I actually recommend for a lot of people DigitalOcean, Linode, spin up. You can build a box, and the cool thing about Linode and DigitalOcean is you can run a box, and they charge you per hour. rather than per month or that. So you can literally spin up a box just for a few minutes, do what you need to do, tear it all down, and then rebuild. Or keep it running. Do whatever the hell you want. Arch reminds me of Slackware and Gen 2 when I had time to waste. Yeah, Gen 2 seems like the distribution people would be using if they don't get laid. Look, man, I gotta go out and touch grass. I ain't using Gen 2. I built a Gen 2 once, but for as speedy as Gen 2 technically is, because you're compiling everything with C flags optimized to your hardware, rather than the generic optimization that most of the Linux packages come with, it doesn't really offer much benefit. That's the honest truth. Because you're just compiling and recompiling and compiling and recompiling. You know, it's not the best setup. Now, I know Gen 2 now allows for binary packages, I believe, through Portage. But it is still a pain in the butt. I meant for my back end, it should run 24/7. Oh, I meant that I can't have the server physically because of fire regulations. I meant for my back end, it should run 24/7. Yeah, you can look at Amazon Web Services, Microsoft Azure, DigitalOcean, Linode. Those are the ones I generally recommend. I know some people might hate me for saying this, but if you're wanting to home lab and understand how a lot of enterprises are going to do their cloud environments, they're a little bit more expensive, but AWS and Microsoft Azure definitely are something that's worthwhile to lean into, especially if you can teach yourself how to terraform your appliances and, you know, systems and everything like that. Because that's how a lot of companies are doing things. And here's a little tip for those of you that are also wanting to do a Terraform and stuff like that. If you want to get a resume builder, there is Spacelift. This is free for a couple users. If you want to do infrastructure as code management, Spacelift is really great to learn. It's free for 2 users, free forever. I actually have this rolled up in my lab. I'm playing with it. And you can do SSO integration with OIDC, Open Identification Connection. I think that's what it stands for. So if you have an IDP identity provider like Microsoft Entra, Okta, Jump Cloud, Duo, you know, in your home lab or business, you can connect it in there. This can help you manage your Terraforms and all of that stuff for your platform. Then, if you combine that with a nice secrets manager, there is Doppler. Love them. They're great. There's also AWS Secrets Manager and HashiCorp Vault to do all this, but this is free for 3 users, and then $8 per month per additional user. So definitely something worth looking at. So what you can do is you can store the secrets for your hosted things, so you're not placing your API keys in environment variables, and you can have it just call upon the API keys and secrets from Doppler using the connection, and then you can change things in there so you can keep your code secure. Don't deploy API keys. But, bro, there are actual reasons to use Gen 2. It's not that bad. It's an issue of time. How much time do you want to devote to maintaining your OS, having it update, compile the code, and everything like that? And the reality is, I would never recommend Arch nor Gen 2 in a production environment. So no, there's really not much use cases for Gen 2. I do like Portage, though, their package manager. That's a nice system, but no. How long did it take you to fully master Linux or really be comfortable using it? think it was like a few weeks in to get comfortable using it. I don't think anyone really masters Linux because there's such a wide breadth of knowledge to it that you kind of just know your way to poke around and ask questions and everything. Unless you're Linus Torvalds, like mastering, in my view, is like the kernel inside and out. Can really dig into those things. Yeah, you'll need a few weeks, but just like when you're learning a new language, the better thing to do is immerse yourself. A lot of people ask me, how do I learn Linux? Well, one day I just decided I'm installing Linux. I'm going to force myself to use it, and I'm going to, do whatever I can. And if I can't do things inside of it, then I'm not going to do them. Which is why I also have the attitude of, hey, my game doesn't work on Linux, and I'm not going to pay for you either. What's your opinion of OpenSUSE Tumbleweed? It's a rolling release type Linux. I'm not too big of a fan of rolling release type Linuxes, just for stability reasons. I mean, they're fun to play with, don't get me wrong, but it's not an operating system I would rely on. That's a statement I apply to all rolling release type Linuxes. Are you familiar with rooting Android phones with Termux? I am familiar with rooting phones, but the honest truth is, I think rooting phones and jailbreaking phones is dumb. Here's the reason why. You are introducing more security vulnerabilities by rooting it and getting access to it. And there's really no reason I can find in today's age to justify jailbreaking an iPhone or rooting an Android phone. In fact, Graphene OS doesn't even root the operating system itself. When you install it, it just gives a privileged user, but you don't have root access. You don't want everything running as root. And for the love of God, friends don't let friends drink and root. Arch's slogan: install a kernel update and spend the rest of your week fixing shit. Pretty much. I've gotten burned by Arch a few times. That's why I focus more on Pop OS and Cubes OS and straight Debian and stuff. Yeah. Random question, but how do you feel about the gaming industry is moving full digital? It's bittersweet, because on one hand, I don't have to go to GameStop anymore. On the other hand, I miss going to GameStop. Not really. But you get what I'm saying. Like, there was something about... Okay, the thing I hate about fully digital games. When we used to buy special editions of video games, you used to get collectibles with them. Now you get fuck all. What, I'm paying more money for some extra skins and a couple of add-ons? Give me the fucking Master Chief helmet like they did in Halo 3. Give me the Skyrim dragon of Alduin like we got on Elder Scrolls 5. You know? They don't do that anymore. So it pisses me off in that way. Plus, you know how many friends and connections I've made over the years of waiting at a midnight release of a video game? I feel like a lot of the communal aspects of video game have been lost. Because we no longer do midnight releases of video games. We're no longer in line at a video game store, just buddying up with a guy talking about the new video game release and what we've played. We're no longer having LAN parties where we're duct taping the one guy that brought an LCD to the party because he was the one that didn't have the CRT. Do you know what I'm talking about here? Let me pull this up. So for those of you not aware, this was an actual meme that, people had experienced. You'd be like, you're like, hey, we get pizza, all that. And if you were the dude that brought an LCD monitor, you were the dude that got the tiny table and would be duct taped to the ceiling to play the game. Like, this was an actual thing. Like, I heard of so many people doing that. See what I mean? Or, you know, literally just crashing out, bringing a cot. Like, I miss these kind of events. I only got to experience just a small bit of this as a little kid. I'm pretty happy with Linux Mint and FreeBSD and desktop server, Debian, and Fedora. I use Red Hat, Debian, and Ubuntu for servers. Right though, and they did it again. Jolt Cola, balls, and LAN parties. Yup. You know they still sell the blue balls glasses at Micro Center. So once in a while, I love to go buy those and hand them to coworkers and say, I just gave you some blue balls there, didn't I? Blue balls. I miss the days of split screen Halo and COD. Yeah, split screen games. Like, okay, did you ever do the thing where you, like, put cardboard, cut down the screen, because, like, your friend was cheating, so you'd, like, purposely, like, angle the chairs and stuff, so, like, you could only see your part and they could only see their part? Or, we had Ethernet wired up throughout the house, so my buddies used to bring their Xbox over, and we go to separate, you know, rooms or areas, and, that's how we would game over LAN. Like, I think LAN gaming is really something we need to bring back. But that requires us to actually go and network with people. And you know what annoys me? We have laptops now. Laptops that have plenty of power that we have the ability for us to do this kind of thing. And it's like now suddenly we have laptops and the super portability to do LAN parties and all this stuff, and we don't do it anymore. It's a little bit upsetting, to be honest. There was a video of a LAN party that took place in August 2001. Yep. Red Hat on desktop is dope, gotta say. We have some stations that work with it installed. I like Red Hat. Yes, you have to pay a few bucks for it, but if it wasn't for Red Hat, we wouldn't have a lot of the things we do in Linux. Like my virtual machine software I use in Linux is open source, KVM QEMU. But Red Hat maintains that, if I recall correctly. I use a lot of terminal tools, and the support for Debian is just so old that that's what keeps me still using either Fedora or Arch. Well, it depends. Like, I think this is on Debian Unstable. That's what it comes with out the box. So, it depends. You say that, but last night I spent the entire time in CentOS root. Elevating to root and doing everything as root are two different things. Thoughts on Proxmox? It's a thing. There's Proxmox, there's Zen Hypervisor, there's VMware. There's a couple of solutions out there. I know some people that use Proxmox. I haven't personally used it. Not that I have anything against it. I just haven't had time to get around to playing with it. Eventually what I want to do is I want to replace my current firewall, which is a pfSense box on a Supermicro super server, with official Netgate hardware, and then reclaim my Supermicro super server, which has an 8-core Intel Atom Server Edition, and turn that into a Proxmox box or something like that. Unraid is nice, not their pricing though. Yeah, that's the issue I have with Unraid, is they're a little bit expensive, and I'm more of a fan of completely open source projects for that. Using Proxmox made me infuriated. Lol, just couldn't get things to work. Did you try RTFMing? RTFM will save your day. You know, I've really been loving this whole setup here and everything. Um, the new upgrades that I did for the stream. I'm really curious, though, what we think of the lighting. So, the one thing I will notice, I have some shadow over here. So, I may look at getting another, light. The only thing is, I wonder if Elgato's discontinuing the key light airs because, I could not find them. I don't like VMware. Used to be great, then it just fell apart. You mean Broadcom bought them out and Broadcom them? I don't like Broadcom. I've never really cared for Broadcom, even in the networkings. I've always been more of an Atheros and Intel networking guy when it comes to that stuff. Broadcom's always been a pain in the ass for Linux. Gotta ask, do you know who Uwu Underground is, and if so, opinion on their music? Not familiar with them. Windows admin here, starting to dabble in Linux. Would love to join your live chat or chat private and ask some questions. So, Brandon, there's actually a Discord that you can join. We have close to 1,000 people in there right now. Tech people of all different backgrounds. It's a nice community, so whether you're a beginner, a hobbyist, an enthusiast, a professional, a wannabe professional, it's a great place to, hang around there. There's also the Matrix server as well that we have, but most people usually have Discord, so definitely check out the Discord. The links are in bio for that one. Definitely would recommend checking that out. And I'm usually in there pretty often. And if not, I've got my tons of other people in there that are definitely knowledgeable and can point you in the right directions on different things. Which, by the way, I'm very thankful for all of you that have been part of that community. It's been a long, crazy trip. Like, I can't believe that I think I've been streaming for like almost 2 years. Been making TikTok content for like 4 years or so. Won't let me open the invite. Are you able to put the invite link in here? So it's very simple. I have at 302'd. It's redirected. It's just discord.chiefgeek3d. Same username, same .com as I have here. .com. So discord.chiefgeek3d.com. Same spelling as my username, chiefgyk3d. If you open that up in your iPhone, it should just redirect you. I'll make sure that works, actually. Hold on. Discord .chief geek should work last I checked it. So yeah, you should be able to. Just taking a second. Yep, there we go. So discord.chiefgeek3d.com works out. It just redirects you to the Discord invite link I've already programmed. Thank you for the follow, Ray Ray. I could save money, not narrow, I could eat. Getting money in the daytime, even kinda when I sleep. Wake up to getting bread, bitch, I do this for the streets. ADHD. I don't know why the song just killed out like after the first second, but thank you for the sub there, Ray Ray. I appreciate you. Thank you for that prime sub. Happy hacking, buddy. Perfect. I'm in. I look forward to chatting. And I look forward to, seeing what you can learn from the community and grow with us and everything. I mean, that's what I'm all about, is helping everyone educate and tinker, which, by the way, I will be getting back to making YouTube content. I apologize for the 1-month hiatus. I had some stuff going on in my life, as well as I was just kind of in this like limbo of I've been wanting to script more of my content. I talked about this a little bit earlier in the stream. I don't know if some of y'all didn't see this, but I felt like when I was writing scripts and I was reading off the screen, you could see me do this. Whereas now I got the Elgato teleprompter over here with the new camera. So we'll be able to work on that and everything, and hopefully I can make some better content. So I'm going to try to get back to my goal of making one video per week as time allows. And we can, get more into it. Is less stream of conscious than TikTok. Oh, absolutely. Well, TikTok, you can just pick up your phone and just record. Whereas the YouTube takes more planning. And that's why as I talked about, I invested in 2 cameras. So the first one is the Sony ZV-E10 that I just set up here with the Elgato teleprompter. Actually, I can do this. Watch. Okay, so we're going to switch to the other camera, my old camera, the OBS bot. You see how the quality dips on it's still a good camera, don't get me wrong. But I can do this because it's on a gimbal. There's a teleprompter. Look at that. And you can kind of see there's a camera behind there. Kind of. So that is the new camera. And oh yeah. So I can actually show you this from here. So I moved the key lighting to the computer, to just above the computer. And then I added another key light over here. So there's a key light mini. Nope, that's the mirror. Hold up. There we go. So there's another key light on top to give me lighting. So what I was thinking of doing was... Oh, hard stop. Gotta turn around. I wish this thing could go a little bit faster. A little bit faster now. A little bit. So I could probably put another light over here somewhere, I was thinking. Right by the other PC and the speaker. But, yeah. Now, the other thing that I'm doing... Oh, yeah, I love the OBS Bot Tiny 2. Don't get me wrong. It's a good camera. But in terms of quality, this Sony camera is a lot better. So that's why I'm keeping it. So the other thing I was thinking of is this thing right here. I got because eventually I want to move that OBS bot to be an overhead camera. So as I'm going to clean this desk off, I'll have a space so you can actually have a top-down view of me tinkering, of me soldering, or, whatever I'm working on for projects. So I'm working on some stuff to, improve it and get a better, flow and everything. I'll probably get another key light only because while I was doing the video, I'm noticing there's a little bit of a shadow here because there's no light coming from this direction. So, it's a little minor thing, as you'll learn with me. It's better quality while I'm watching in 480p. I'm still broadcasting at 1080p, but I want to at least open up the possibility down the road to do 4K. Now, I do have to upgrade the HD60S Elgato capture cam that's the camera's running off of to do that. And then I would also have to update my computer to be able to do 4K video properly, especially with gameplay and everything. Now, the other upgrade I have, I showed this a little bit earlier, is my new camera rig. This is the DJI Pocket Camera 3 and the DJI Mic 2. So, the idea is, I could take this camera here, and then there's even an additional battery handle here. So I can, just do that, to give it extra battery life. But then I can, take the DJI mic over here. Just giving you an example. Slide that right in. So I could... Where's the power button? The battery handle you don't need. But it does give a nice extra grip and longer, battery life as well. So then I can just, plug this plug that in. And boom. Now I have the full ability to do recording on the go wherever I want. And here's the cool thing. So let's do the face tracking. I can start recording, and it'll follow me. So I'm actually looking at getting a backpack clip for this. So when I do range day and all that stuff at DEF CON shoot, I'll be able to do some fun things. It's a I think DJI does a great job with all of their stuff, to be honest. I haven't really had much complaints with it, other than, you know, of course, it is a little bit pricey compared to some of the other stuff I've done. But it is what it is. You know, you're gonna pay for quality. Now, apparently the receiver has like 15 hours of battery life. The transmitters, I think, do too. Yeah, 15 hours is what they rate it for. And the advantage, other nice thing is the case itself will recharge it. So if I have two mics in here, the other thing I was thinking is, because there's two mics, I could do interviews. Or if one dies, swap out, keep rolling. So this is really great. I just got to get some more SD cards. And this case is actually really nice too, because I can just lift out and there's more accessories down here. So I'm slowly building up all the accessories. Like I got the little tiny tripod and everything. But the other nice thing is the DJI Pocket Cam 3 is I can use that as a webcam when I'm on the go. So the new laptop I'm planning to use, the Tuxedo Computers laptop I have coming in a couple of weeks. They're assembling it right now. I'm going to put Twitch on that laptop. It's going to be a full Linux laptop, so I can do a lot of the same streaming on the go. It probably won't be as robust of a setup like here. I got the Stream Decks and everything like that, because it's all running through the Windows box. But imagine I have a decent enough internet connection while I'm at DEF CON or B-Sides, and I want to do a Twitch stream with, you know, y'all, or I've got friends with me that can, you know, join in on a stream. We can do that, and I can use that camera on the go using USB-C. I really have to say DJI has done some really great stuff. So I'm hoping between that laptop, the MNT Pocket Reform, and my Purism Librem 14 laptop, I'll have my entire arsenal of what I need for DEF CON and B-Sides and all that for a few years to come. That camera is nice. Yeah, I really think it is a good camera. Best thing I've decided to do, have a few LXCs running AdGuard, Homebridge, and Home Assistant. I haven't gotten too much into Home Assistant. Eventually I will, but I just haven't had time to delve too much into that because I've been working on improving my stream overall, and then wanting to get back into making content on the YouTube side of things. But yeah, I wanted to do the get the teleprompter and everything, and because there were a couple of videos, if you watched my recent YouTube videos, where it'll be like, hey, it's editing me, because I would record something stream of conscious and then re-watch it as I'm editing it and be like, I need to talk about this and this and this and this and this. So I think this will help me overall, because now when I make my scripts, I can review what I'm talking about well in advance. Admittedly, I probably will be using like ChatGPT and other LLMs to help me along with, you know, writing a lot of the framework. So what I probably will do is like make a outline for whatever topic, and then I'm gonna change up a lot of the stuff to be relevant to what I know. Because ChatGPT fucks up quite a bit. Let's be honest there. Hardest part of talking is staying on topic. I don't know what you're talking about. My ADHD is totally... Ooh, butterfly. There's no reason not to use AI. Yeah, but I really am also annoyed at a lot of the videos I've been seeing lately that are using AI you can tell to make the entire video. And you know what I mean? Like, they're having it do the images, they're having it do the voice and everything. And it's just really annoying. Also, you know what I noticed I love about this camera? It's got a wider angle. So I've been able to stay in frame on even the TikTok side a lot better than I did with the OBS bot camera. I love this. Hold up. Hold up. I want to see something. Oh, yeah. Yeah, totally. So, yeah, I don't have as wide of a view with this. Like, this was definitely more, like, up in my face, which is why it was harder to stay in frame. Even on my YouTube shorts and stuff like that, I would cut in. Whereas this, I can, oh, wait. Okay, I can do the Wayne's World. Camera 1. Camera 2. Camera 1. Camera 2. It is weird how you can notice the big difference between these two cameras. Have you been waking up and thinking about butterflies? Yes, Savior. Because you give me butterflies. She never took her eyes off me. That's annoying. A lot of technical videos I've been seeing is all AI. Yeah, that has been annoying me too, which is why I don't really want my content to be AI generated. I will use AI to look over the scripts, the topics I want to do, and, you know, help me at least craft what I'm trying to do. But I won't have AI generate the content that I'm trying to do. I may use AI to pull clips from the videos that I've, rendered for YouTube and stuff, but I won't have it create the content. I just find, I got the hiccups all of a sudden. I just find there's too many issues with AI and being over-reliant on it. Especially with the fact that AI is only trained up to a certain point in data. Chat is great for helping creating a starting point for college essays. Oh, absolutely. Just don't trust it completely. Like, I've even caught ChatGPT and DeepSeek and a couple others in incorrect information in cybersecurity. It's great as a starting point, but it would overlook certain things. It would give misinformation about certain things. And one thing that really concerns me about AI right now is the over-reliance on trusting AI. Sorry, my ADHD just noticed not many people know Moshe as Moses in Hebrew. Sick dude, one of my heroes. Just noticed the tattoo. Yeah, that is a tattoo I got with a close friend who unfortunately passed. It's a reminder. So, yeah. Feel like I have to search harder to find original content. Oh, absolutely. It is very hard to find original content. I'm also liking Gemini and my S25 Ultra. So, I have a Samsung S23. Do not get me wrong. I love this camera. I like Samsung cameras better than I do Apple cameras. So, I used to record all my old content on an iPhone. I've been since doing it on a Samsung for a couple of reasons. Number one, the camera's a lot better on this phone. Number two, I don't keep TikTok on my iPhone. And before you're like, oh, is that for some security reason or anything? No, it's because TikTok is an ADHD time hole, suck demon pit of, attention. So I find the best thing for me to do to not have my attention wasted is I keep TikTok on this phone, and this phone stays down here. So if I'm down here, This is mostly I'm working on content, I'm tinkering on a project, or something like that. I don't even have this Samsung phone in my bedroom. I completely, because like I noticed, like if I had it in my bedroom, even on the charger up there next to my graphene phone, my iPhone, and my Tangara music player, I would once in a while grab this and then start going on TikTok, and then just you'd look up and it'd be like an hour or two later, and it would make me so unproductive. So the honest truth is, I barely check TikTok more than 15 minutes or so a day. I don't use TikTok more than 1 hour per day. And the majority of that time, if we do have me on there for an hour, maybe two, the majority of that is content creation. I'm not there consuming content. I'm creating content. And that's for a couple of reasons. There's not a lot of content I'm interested in on TikTok anymore. A lot of it seems to have died out. I'm mostly on YouTube for that. Nice. Thought about doing the same thing for most all social media. Yeah, the only thing I have social media wise on this phone is Blue Sky and Mastodon. And then I have an app I use to cross post to Threads. So if you ever see me post anything on Threads, you can guarantee that unless it's a reply, it is coming from my Fedica or OpenVibe app that is cross-posting to Mastodon, Blue Sky, and Threads at the same time. I don't care about Threads. The honest truth is, I don't even have an Instagram. I don't even have a Facebook. I mean, I do have an Instagram, but it's privated. I haven't posted on that shit in 2 years. Might give the password to my wife as well and let her lock that up for me. LOL. Yeah. I mean, do what you gotta do. Android has app timers. Yeah, but you know what? You know what works even better than app timers? Drawers that I put phones in, and then use my ADHD to forget that I had the phone. It's great. Currently getting tested for ADHD. Look, let me put it this way. Chances are, if you work in technology or STEM, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, I will guarantee you that you are on the spectrum and or ADHD. I can't even go on TikTok for that long anymore. Too much AI BS content. I go on here when I want. Yeah, there is a lot of BS content on TikTok, and it's not like it used to be where I used to walk away and there were funny videos. Like, honest truth, most of what I'm interested on TikTok is pet videos. That's originally why I came to TikTok. That's still what I enjoy the most on TikTok. There's some funny other videos and stuff like that, but yeah. You really redeemed that, your dad playing? Ari, Barack. Yalla, buena. Ari, Barack. Yalla. Must be really upstairs. Hold on. I know it'll get them. Hey, Barack. Ari. You want a treat? Now I can hear them. What's up, buddy? You at Linode? No, I just have used their stuff for years. They've been at so many Linux conventions. They give away shirts and credits. Lamala. Where's Ari? Ari! Come on, Ari. Yella! Yimshe! Oh, there you are. Hey, Ari. Ari, come here. Come here, Ari. Come here. Barack, you got yours. Fuck off. Ari, come here. Lamala. Good boy. That's a good dog. That's a good dog. No, you can't have the whole bag, you fat ass. It's a good dog. It's a good dog. And do any DFIR. What's that acronym stand for? Shit. Hebrew? Yeah, my dogs' names are Hebrew, and I train them their commands in Hebrew. Good boy. You are a dick. So Barack's the 1-year-old puppy, and Ari is the older dog who's about to turn 7. Oh, digital forensics incident response. No, I don't do digital forensics. I've done a little bit of that back in my MSP. Eskimize Leftov. Yeah, I know what that means. I think I left off. See, he knows what that means. You want to know what he also knows? Neshika. So you dabble at an OSINT at all? Yeah, I do OSINT a little bit for investigations at work and stuff, but yeah, most of what I do is cybersecurity engineering. All right. Chev? I know, but Chev, gotta get your nails done, buddy. You're digging into me with your fucking stiletto paws. Good boy. Chev. Good boy. He's a good dog. He's a good dog. He's a good dog. Yeah, I got good dogs. So, Barack is a Old English sheepdog mixed with husky, and Aryeh is a Jack Russell Red Heeler mix. So both very hyper, energetic and loving dogs. Barack loves to be outside in the cold. How do you separate work from home? That's one thing I'm struggling with my career at the moment. Well, it's really hard with tech and stuff in general, because the reality is cybersecurity and most of tech is not really the kind of career that you can just, punch in and punch out. You're gonna need to devote somewhere around like 10 to 20 hours per week to more tech tinkering studies and improving your craft, just to stay up with the field, because things are changing. And that 10 to 20 hours is not just like, oh, I'm doing projects and all that. It's reading news, it's catching up on the latest projects and innovations, and so it could be anything from reading up on the new exploits to new defenses, new technologies. You're doing certification training, licensing, things like that. But yeah. Constantly thinking about work and researching when I'm with my wife. Yeah, that's the reality of things. The only time I'm able to really relax, I tell every tech person this. Find a park or something nearby you that has no cell signal. For me, there's a place that I love to take the dogs with me, and I go hiking, and you get like no cell signal out in this place. It's just me, the dogs, and nature, and I commune with nature and, just reconnect with, what matters and everything like that. So that's what I think helps out. And I know some people are like, well, just turn off your phone and go airplane mode. I don't think people understand you can't turn off your brain until you're forced to have to be in that situation where you can relax and decompress. So that's my 2 cents there. Chief getting really tired of Elon. Oh, you're just getting tired of him? I've been tired of that schmuck for years. Let me put it this way. I've never been one of those Elon worshipping persons. I've never particularly been a Elon hater until about, I'd say about 3 or 4 years ago. The whole deep bent on things. Started backpacking in the summers just to get away from society and electronics. See? Yeah. Everyone's got to disconnect at some point. Got my first Android. What do you recommend for privacy and stuff? Well, ideally, I hope you got a Pixel phone, because then you could install Graphene OS or at least Calyx and de-Google it. Your main thing is you got to de-Google it. So in terms of Android and iOS, the reality is Samsung is the absolute worst in terms of snitching on you. I have an S23. Don't get me wrong, love the camera. Can't really de-Google this that well. So I have a Pixel. It's upstairs on the charger because I'm not using it right now. That Pixel 7a has Graphene OS on it. Now, as far as like why people are like, why do I recommend an iPhone? Well, most cybersecurity people recommend an iPhone because out the box, there's not anything more secure and private in terms of a daily usable thing. That's not to say that you can't get more private and secure, but those usually require doing additional things, like getting a Pixel, installing Calyx, or especially Graphene OS. Oh, Samsung is by far worse than Apple in terms of internet chatter. Yeah, absolutely. So if you actually put an Apple iPhone and a Samsung and just drop these both on your network, connect it to your Wi-Fi, we're talking kilobytes of data are sent out to Apple versus megabytes are going to Samsung and Google on this. And that's not hyperbole. That is the legitimate truth on how much data it's feeding back. You have to understand, Google is even capturing data on your Android phone with the keyboard you're using. So if you're using, like, a lot of people are like just grabbing keyboards and like, oh, I like this keyboard, because it does this. People aren't thinking about the data that your keyboard is collecting on you. The little software keyboards. You actually did this test recently? Yeah, no one believes me until I actually tell them to go do this test. I was put on to this test many years ago, like before I was even on TikTok. And everyone has been able to corroborate this. I never trusted Elon, to be honest, even when Tesla was first ramping up. I've never really trusted him. There was always this, like, I couldn't put my finger on it, but something feels off about this dude. And then a few years ago, ramping up towards the Twitter buyout, that's when it clicked. Why I didn't like him. And more or less, the saying is, I forgot exactly what one of my friends said, but basically is that, I thought Elon Musk was smart because he ran a car company. And I didn't run a car company, and no one I knew ran a car company, so if you can make cars, you must be pretty smart. And I thought Elon was, also pretty smart because he ran a rocket company. And I don't run a rocket company, and I don't know anyone that, makes rockets, so I thought he was pretty smart. But then Elon got into software with Twitter and social media. And I know a lot of people in software, and I know a lot of people on social media. And that's when I knew Elon Musk wasn't that smart. The thing about Elon, a lot of people don't seem to understand, he was born into wealth. He was always wealthy to begin with. His family owns an emerald mine. His great-grandparents were German funny mustache fans that moved to South Africa because they said apartheid is a great idea. No joke. This is all confirmed. You can look into that. You did not see it coming. Absolutely. What's scary is my pet feeder with the camera on segregated network used more data. Yeah, I got a Wi-Fi network I isolate my IoT devices on for that reason. Because, yeah. First year cybersec here. Like, you in school or you in the field for a year? How much money you get from his family? I know he got millions. So you do know the original X.com. The original X.com, not the current X.com, that is Twitter. The original X.com that eventually became PayPal after they merged or were acquired by Peter Thiel. That was a finance app, and it was so horribly designed, by the way, that apparently they were able to transfer money on X using just account numbers. There's a reason why Elon Musk got thrown out of PayPal. Look into it. There's a reason why. He was a micromanaging asshole that insisted on changing PayPal to X.com and kill the branding. I don't know what it is with Elon Musk and this affinity with X.com. I forgot that was a freaking reward. You really want the lights out? Okay, so even with the lights out, this camera compensates pretty well for the dark. Like, let's compare this for a sec. I'm just curious. I'm just curious. Not bad. Oh, there it is. Ah, I knew the remote was over here. God damn it. God damn it. Freaking remote. Oh. Can you post a link to Elon's inheritance? Yeah, in a second. Hold on. Barack, I almost stabbed you with tweezers. Fuck off, dog. Okay, that is annoying. I'm gonna have to figure out how to get the remote. So Elon's inheritance. Hold on. Elon Musk Emerald Mine. Yeah, so apparently, let me see if I can get a good article here. No. There we go. According to Business Today, amid Elon Musk's constant denial, his father details 4-day visit to Emerald Mine with billionaire son. Recently tweeted saying if this Emerald Mine was real, Errol Musk, would not require financial support from my brother and me. But, yeah. And you know that Elon Musk's own dad has said that he's a shit father. Because apparently, he doesn't actually get involved in his kids' lives. They apparently... There we go. That's what I was trying to get. Hold on. Curious now. Yeah, I gotta replace the battery in this remote. This is the remote to the LEDs in the computer case. What's up, Road Geek? Are you seeing a flood of IT talent coming to private sector right now due to Musk? Not particularly. At least not as of right now. I mean, in the federal government, there's quite a few people that do tech and all that, but not really. Although I do know that a lot of the people that were at Tesla are starting to jump ship. Didn't he get his 14th child like 2 days ago? Yeah. Yeah, he has 14 kids, and several of his kids don't even like him at all. Have you looked into Flatcar for containers at all? Also, how do you do Git ops for your containers if you do? I don't really do much in the way of containerizing things outside of Docker and, well, at work we've switched to Rancher because it's open source. Yeah, so we've gone from Docker to Rancher and Terraform to Tofu because they're both requiring licensing to be able to use those products in large enterprises. So, yeah, mostly it's just Docker and stuff, but I don't do much in the way of building out a lot of the containers or things like that outside of, like, say, the cloud formation we have for Zscaler, for the Zscaler app connectors to scale up and down with the auto scaling group. Terraforming those app connectors that I've mentioned. Deploying the Zscaler indexers in an AWS EC2. But yeah. And that AWS EC2 is deployed through a Terraform as well, and then we have to log it. It's been a back and forth where I got to be bitchy at Zscaler about things. But yeah. How are you using Zscaler as an SD-WAN? We're using it for the DLP. We're using it for we just replaced our entire Cisco AnyConnect VPN with Zscaler. We're doing it completely for a zero trust network access. And then we even have Zscaler set up with GRE tunnels. So even if you happen to, say, be on the guest network, that traffic is all being inspected through Zscaler machine tunnels. So, yeah, we're using it for a lot of different things. And we're still enhancing it more. Zscaler has the ability for you to sandbox the entire browser. So essentially, your browser, you would normally as a user be using it, but it would more or less just be projecting an image to you that you can interact with. We're hoping to have that turned on within a couple of months or so. We've also been, I can't detail too much, we've been using it to lock down to for the anti-DPRK things because we've been so worried. I mean, industry-wide, have been worried about DPRK contractors, so we've been using it to lock down things. It's hilarious because we just switched back to AnyConnect and Palo L7 inspection from Zscaler. That's probably because your team didn't invest enough time and effort into it, whereas we are deep into this. We worked closely with them. Um, we're even using their Zscaler risk management platform back when it was called Avalor before they got acquired. Um, it's a pretty decent platform, but I just think it wasn't ready for a lot of the things. Um, yeah, overall, I like Zscaler. I've been trying to put pressure on them to like have a power user package for home labbers because I would love to get Zscaler deployed in my house, at least for the few devices I use for additional security. Because I like ZIA, I like ZPA, I like and Zscaler Deception is by far my favorite thing. It is so easy to create honeypots and honey nets and deception that, we can like set up like things to look like F5 and Apache and have them intentionally be vulnerable and load up like terabytes of dummy data inside of there. So we can make them do whatever they want to do, collect all that data, and then you could actually link that into Okta or another identity provider too. So that, let's say you're doing an attack on our honeypot or honeynet, and you happen to be using um, uh, um, credentials that match up with something in Okta, we could force it to now say, hey, you have credentials that are leaked over here, and then force that Okta user to reset their credentials if detected by the deception attack. So they're attacking this whole like fake infrastructure with fake dummy data, and we're doing analysis on those attacks coming in. It's really cool. I like it a lot better than Tripwire for a lot of these honeypots and things. And to be fair, for our size, it was too much of a headache to manage the individual rule sets for our inspection. It's not a bad product, but it just didn't work for our size. So, what you probably did was you went too hard, too fast, too soon. What you got to do is start out with a wider thing and allow more stuff. Then you need GRC to come in and document a lot of the stuff, get risk exceptions and everything. It's a full on effort. Like, even before I was working where I am, they were working on this for 2 full years before I started. And we're still enhancing. So this isn't like you go too hard, too fast, too soon. You have to work with GRC. You have to have things documented out. You have to work with teams, and then you need testers, and then you work towards building that out. Because the problem with Cisco AnyConnect is, and any VPN really, is they're starting to attack the VPN servers now. We had an issue within a few weeks before we did our full cutover of getting rid of AnyConnect, where the one of the executives, I can't remember if the CEO, CPO, or CTO, or whatever, or CFO, or whatever. One of them kept getting locked out of their AnyConnect VPN because there was a brute force attack on their credentials, so the lockout would keep happening. And Zscaler mitigated that. Because now, instead of having to hit that VPN endpoint, we're always Zscalered up. So now you can't access the AWS and like certain things like our locally hosted apps that are internal and things like that without having Zscaler on. It's a much better approach to doing things, to be honest. Doing a honeypotting and we dump it into Entra ID. We have CrowdStrike stuff too, but I think Zscaler Deception does better. We have the CrowdStrike products too, and we've been tying CrowdStrike and Zscaler together. So we're gonna have Zscaler and CrowdStrike posture against each other. So if CrowdStrike isn't running, according to Zscaler, it won't let you in, and vice versa. But also, they're going to be sharing data soon. So the idea being that the indicators of attack from CrowdStrike can be shared into Zscaler, and Zscaler can share its stuff as indicators of attack. So they work really, really well together. And there's even more enhancements that are coming down the line. I can't tell you too many specifics for obvious reasons, but it's a really great system for all those things. And then we also have been using the CrowdStrike SIM, the System Information and Event Monitoring. We've been building out a lot of our stuff there on top of Datadog, just because the SIM will give us more actionable stuff we can do than Datadog. Datadog is good for alerting, but the SIM is a lot better to correlate a lot of that data to create automated workflows so that way we can start implementing our SOAR. So we're using Fusion workflows for a lot of that stuff. I'm thankful they finally got the Fusion workflows to have a not statement, because that was the only reason why I had to create this custom Python script that was running as an AWS Lambda, and every morning it would run at like 6 o'clock in the morning. Check CrowdStrike through the API to see what devices are 30 days or older that have not been seen. I mean, not 30 days or older. Devices that haven't been seen in the past 30 days or more. And then would auto-contain those devices if they haven't been seen in 30 days. So now we have an automated workflow to do that. And then Tenable is removing those devices if they haven't been seen in 30 days as well, just so that IT doesn't get alerts for a lot of that stuff. And then it feeds that data into our Datadog so we can track the metrics of auto containments. And it's great because every quarter I get to prove how much time I have saved the company in terms of man hours. Network team are not the sharpest. Yes, Splunk and QRadar, which report into CrowdStrike and feed their SOAR. Yeah, that's probably what happens. Our networking team is pretty pretty good, I have to say. We got a ragtag, small, scrappy team, but they're pretty damn good at the shit they do for as many sites as we have. We just decommissioned our Zabbix. So we were using Zabbix in the cybersecurity side for the alerting with uh the servers cybersecurity had, Tenable and stuff like that, so that we could monitor the servers and everything. Well, we've moved all the Zabbix monitoring over into Datadog. And I really like Datadog a lot better because of the capabilities with alerts and everything there. Ain't the government taking out Cisco or something about China? I think that was Huawei you're probably referring to. Linksys is owned by Cisco. We've been using Zabbix for about 8 years. It would be too much of a headache to change it, lol. Yeah, it took us a couple of months, but we finally got rid of it. We just installed all the Datadog agents on the devices and then just pulled it out. Because our thinking is one less tool we have to actively maintain, the better. Because then I'd have to do the Zabbix updates monthly. We'd do that manually. I'd log in, apt update, apt upgrade, or was it yum update, yum upgrade from, or yum update, whatever. Because it was a Red Hat box that used to run it. I've done a pretty good job of clearing out almost all the Linux servers that cybersecurity had to maintain. Because we've been moving more into what's the word? Been moving more to SaaS vendors for things. Yeah, I just like Datadog a lot better because it can give more verbose logs and all that stuff, and yeah. There's a lot. It's a lot easier to do investigations with than Zabbix. We do most of our automation with Ansible for patching. Once the engineering team approves a patch, we push unless it's security. So we have that for our enterprise processing team, but cybersecurity has a few servers we run that's outside of enterprise processing because of there's certain systems. One, we don't want them to completely know too much about or have access to. Um, because if they get compromised, we can at least have these secured. Hey, Miss Comer. That's not too bad. We're just chilling. I'm enjoying the new light and camera that I got installed. It's wild though, flipping back and forth between these two cameras. It's not much of a difference, but like you can see, like this is the old Tiny, the OBS bot Tiny 2 I've been using for a couple of years, and this is the new camera. Old camera, new camera. Like, the color is just so much better on this camera. It's insane. And this is what you're seeing from a stream. So imagine when we go ahead and put that on YouTube videos. Especially with the teleprompter I got the camera behind. Yes, there's a teleprompter. I am so... it's really trippy, the teleprompter and everything. This whole thing. How often does your job dump old hardware? I think we're on a 5-year cycle for a lot of the hardware. If I'm not mistaken. But yeah. Yeah, I think this is definitely a nice improvement we've done. I'm gonna be getting back to making a bunch of YouTube content and everything now that I have this camera, now that I have the teleprompter. Thought it was because I turned my screen brightness up. No, the color quality difference is straight up because of the camera. Don't get me wrong, this OBS bot Tiny 2, really freaking great camera. I love the features it has, like, you know, since it's on a gimbal, I can move the camera around. But this is also what's cool. Here, let me show you this. This is the teleprompter, as you can see. I can also use it as another monitor. So, 1 second. Let me show you this. 1 second. Moving this to that. So, I can set it as another display, or I can have it as a chat screen. I don't know if it works. Let's see. Hey, look at that. But it only works for Twitch. It doesn't work for YouTube and TikTok. So, yeah, see? That's pretty neat, though. So, like, I can imagine if I were only on Twitch, I could look straight at chat, and, you know, like, it looks like I'm right at chat. So, like, tell me, doesn't this look like, I'm looking straight at the camera when I'm reading the text? Hey, Mom, I'm on TV. Doesn't that look like it's a little bit better? Not my team, so I've never explored it, but in my honest opinion, I've heard good things for private jobs. Government definitely doesn't give a fuck from whatever. Yeah, government right now, you are, boned. Feels like Uncanny Valley. Like, okay, so straight up, let me ask you, because I'm reading text from here right now for Twitch. Imagine this were me reading a teleprompter. If I were to give you a, you know, entire speech here. Okay, so, like, let me open the text, and, like, let's just, read their little sample thing. All right? I'm curious about this. Let's go from the top. This is their sample text. Ready to roll the camera? Whether it's a video script or talking points, Camera Hub and Prompter give you full control over your delivery. Here in text mode, Prompter automatically mirrors anything you enter onto its screen. This way you can stay on script while maintaining natural eye contact with your audience. I can also like adjust the speed here because I move a little bit fast. With its familiar interface, Camera Hub makes it easy to organize your text. Paste in text or enter as you go. Add emojis, bullet points, and line breaks. Separate content into readable chapters. Do this while I read. Once your text is entered, add formatting to make it easier. Change font and size. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to play with the speed there. Oh, wait, it's got voice sync. Oh, I have to install NVIDIA CUDA. So apparently it has the ability with an NVIDIA 3000 or later. I got to install the CUDA part for it. But it can do a voice sync so it could actually match my voice to where I'm at. I'm going to have to play with that. As a video, it works. But on stream, I'm so used to you not having eye contact. No, I totally get it. Like, the teleprompter is definitely a YouTube thing. The honest truth is I don't think anyone is really that focused. See, this is the one issue I have with the teleprompter. Notice how it has like a little bit of a kind of whiteout blur here. That's because of the brightness on the screen. Yeah. It's like if I put the display on, that comes up because it's showing my desktop screen. But yeah, this is a really cool thing. Your eye is also enlarged when reading the text, not quite bug eye. Oh yeah, because I'm focusing. No, man, it's because I, secretly hit the bong while we're on stream. That's a joke. Just making that clear. What do you need a prompt for? Well, when you're making YouTube videos, I want to have scripts to be able to read things. Because, okay, so, like, let me put it this way. If I read down here, all right, my stream is starting, all right, starting my stream in a few seconds. My eyes are down here. The camera's up there. You won't be able to tell, you'll be able to tell that I'm focusing on a screen. Whereas this lets me connect with you while I'm doing the video. When you're doing a YouTube video, you want to look at the screen. When you're doing a TikTok video, you want to connect with your audience. You got hippie beads and a green shirt. Have a good night. Gotta work. Alright, see you later, Crypt Networks. Whee! I'm looking forward to making some content with this. Ooh, that's interesting. We can't see it. That was Darko. I haven't heard from him a bit. Must just be missing him. Darko is, I was actually just chatting with him this afternoon for a couple of hours. He's just been busy. He was been doing night shifts at work for a while, so, he's been working hard. He might be coming my way in, a few weeks or so. Probably hang out and all that. And then this summer, we're probably gonna go shooting together. Light bulb moment. You said Samsung tracks what you type and where. Does that mean Samsung is stealing your account password when logging into a service? I'm not saying yes, but I'm not saying no either. It's a potential reality of things. That's why we should be very careful about the keyboards that we install on our devices. And that's why I'm also looking at de-Googling it. That's a big reason why I'm trying to lean more into Graphene OS. Well, it's not the only reason, but it is definitely a good reason to look at things. Hold on. That's Yitz. Streaming after I set up the equipment. Did all the laundry. Yeah, I did all my laundry today. And when I say all my laundry, so normally there's like one load that I do for my clothes that I have in the week. I also just washed all the sheets. Not just the sheets that are currently on my bed. I went through my closet and I'm like, man, these have been sitting here for a minute. Let me just go wash everything. Because I know the dogs have like pulled out sheets and laid on them and stuff like that. They're dicks like that. They'll make their own beds. The default keyboard's probably fine for a lot of the secure things, but I'm leaning more towards Graphene OS just because I've worked very hard to de-Google myself for many years. So about a decade ago, I woke up. Actually, no, it's a little bit more than a decade. I woke up one day and decided, fuck you, Google. I'm going to make my own email server, which, by the way, friends don't let friends run their own email servers. But anyway, thankfully, because of all that email server knowledge, I now have so much knowledge around Proofpoint and Mimecast and email security gateways and all that stuff. But anyway, but yeah, I made my own email server, ran that for about a decade until I had enough's enough and it was too many issues to deal with, and I migrated that all to Proton. I still don't use a Gmail email for anything. I have Google accounts for YouTube. A lot of people don't know this. You can make an account with Google for YouTube without a Gmail and then tie it to your non-Google email, and then all the alerts just go to your non-Google email. So that's what I do. And by virtue of that, I want to limit my stuff to Google as much as possible. Now, I will say that I do like Google Fi. Google Fi as a cell provider is pretty decent. I think it's like $70 a month, 50 gigabytes data. Technically, it's unlimited, I think, but 50 gigabytes a month of 5G data. And that includes international. So you can travel overseas, and your phone just works. Data, phone, and everything. The only catch is, you must be within the USA at least once every 3 months to keep your Google Fi active. So it's not great if you're planning to live overseas. It is great if you are a U.S. person that travels overseas often, or out of the country to Mexico and Canada and whatever. So I do like Google Fi. And then I use Mint Mobile for my cheap SIM cards and all that I need just for basic internet access. Like when I get the cell modem working inside this laptop, which I haven't even installed yet, I will probably be using Mint Mobile for this because it's very inexpensive to have a data plan on it. And then also, if I travel internationally, it's very inexpensive to have a data plan on it. So it's not a big deal. But yeah. Mint Mobile, good for traveling. Yeah, you just buy the international pass, which costs a few bucks, and that's about it. It's actually a not bad. I used it while I was overseas. When I went to Portugal, I brought the Samsung phone for Web Summit to record content and stuff. I just brought Mint Mobile on that, and then the Mint Mobile International plan. Let me see, hold on. 10 days for $20. If you get the 10-day, $20 pass, you get unlimited data with 10 gigabyte of high-speed data, 500 minutes of talking, and 500 text messages. Could you share internet from that device to your phone if you wanted? Oh, yeah. It's Linux. What I could do is I could do it in a couple of ways. I could use the Wi-Fi in here to produce my own wireless access point with a hotspot, or I could just make it into a USB modem and program it that way. I haven't tested that, but I don't see why not. Most routers and firewalls that you buy out there are Linux powered, so yeah. Drink. All right. So, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, and then how about we can still talk tech and everything, but I feel like playing some Wolfenstein and killing some Nazis. Because we're here for one thing and one thing only. Killing Nazis. Alright. Bathroom break. Be right back. Alright. We are back. So let's pick up where we left off on Wolfenstein 2: The New Colossus. I still haven't beat this game. I forgot where we're at in it. I think we're getting close to what felt like the end. We'll see. Got about another hour to kill on the stream. But we haven't done much gaming on Linux in a while. I want my scalps. Oh, shit. I just realized the audio's not piping through. Hold on. I can fix that. Bash. Opt. Reset pipewire. This is why I have that script just for that reason. Settings. I hate when it does this. So one of these I have to do to wake up. There we go. For some reason, the NVIDIA card goes to sleep, and then I have to force it on one of the connections.
Right.
Here we go. Now we should be good. Thank you for the lurk, VTuber. Buckle, I want my scouts. Taking a break down Scapton Canny Valley and join your lurk. That bot can be kind of mouthy. I love the fact that it seems to roast one of my mods so often, and I don't know why it picks on him so much, but it is so hilarious. Okay, come on. Do the thing. Do the thing. Do the thing. Come on. Bring me to the menu. How do I gotta get all these warnings? There we go. Just gotta make sure all the audio and all that's okay. We're good. Alright, so where are we at? Okay, we're in the middle of this building.
Next stop, Lakeview District.
Okay, so we got that big boy over there. I find it interesting how there's just random gas lamps in this. Can't climb through that. Alright, so we gotta see about this big boy over here. I hear whistling. I don't know if I have the firepower to take him down. Jesus. Oh, wait. I see what we can do. Alright, come on. Recharge that.
Hey, Conrad, you up and went on a tropical cruise with our boat? The Nazis are fucking killing us here!
Fergus, I read. Sorry, we're being held up. Working to resolve the problem.
Wonder if I can take him down from here. There we go. That was a little bit easier than I thought it would be. Oh well. May as well get the rest of that ammo. Alright, cool. Move on. You know, how old is this game now? I feel like it still holds up.
Ugh. More sewers.
We're always in the shit, ain't we? Alright, so let's move on. Overcharge the health.
Keep doing what you're doing, Anya. If we're going down fighting.
Grace! We need evacuation now!
My mouse was not on the highest sensitivity. She explained. Okay. How's there a high alert already? I don't see anyone.
Jesus Christ, Grace, that was close. You're still a conrag, mind you, but you're the most lovable conrag I've ever laid eyes on.
Fergus, Anya, help everyone get on board the U-boat. The Nazis will regroup and attack. Hurry up! Blazkowicz, get your ass up on the Lakeview apartment building roof and climb on board the U-boat. We've spotted the Outsmerzer on the radar. It'll be here any minute. Haul ass!
Alright. Let's melt these bastards. Hey, found an upgrade kit. Nice. Alright, let's see. Where are we at? We got a little art collector piece. Okay, those are shotgun shells. Nope, can't kick out the building. I really wish you could kick through the buildings a little bit more. Okay, we gotta get to the rooftop. Burn, baby, burn. Disco Inferno. Burn, baby, burn. Alright, come on. Okay, so what's this way? That's still on fire. Alright, alarm's taken care of. Fuck. I may have overplayed this one. It's a postcard. Okay, there had to be some armor around here somewhere. Oh, it's a star card. Oh, that's a battery. Here we go. I knew there was some armor around here. Alright, let's go up the stairs. All this shit's on fire. God, my eyes are stinging. Ah. Need to get eye drops or maybe just blink more. The hell? The sconce. Something just threw a grenade. Something just died. He did not see that coming.
Blazkowicz, all of the evacuees are on board, but we can't leave. Props are stuck in the mud. We're stranded. and the Outsmercher is incoming. If it gets here before we bail, we are fucked.
I say it's time to ready the nuclear cannon.
What are you talking about, Fergus?
I figure the shockwave from the atom bomb could push the boat out to sea.
Now that's the stupidest fucking plan I have ever heard. Set.
Well, for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction.
Blazkowicz, hop on the
So,
nuclear
what are we
cannon
talking
and
about?
fire it to maximum distance. I just hope it's far
Blowing
enough
up
away
some
from us
shit?
to rupture the hull.
Alright, let's see. Anything out here? Yep, Wolfenstein. There's also going to be a new Doom game I heard coming out this year. Should be fun. Oh, god damn it. How did I fall through? Alright, let's go up the stairs. I got plenty of armor, I just need more health. Alright, let's go up the stairs. Nope, nothing there. Alright. Don't know why I got stuck kind of at the doorway, but okay. Any more of your buddies? Come on! It's a party over here. Nazi killing party. Alright, we're boarding Ava's hammer.
You have to fire now, Blazkowicz! Now!
Oh, damn. That's one hell of a big shot. A school bus? Did we just launch a nuke?
Got it. Looks like the Ausmercer lost track of us. Clear skies on the scope.
Friar Angle commands it now, using it to hunt terrorists. But in the way back, the Ausmercer would roam from city to city, crushing any resistance. Now, if we ignite a revolt, you can be sure the Ausmercer swoop in, put an end to it before you can say hell's bells. If we're gonna start this revolution, we need to put an end to
Got some
this.
drugs or regulated substances.
Amount is surprising.
Jesus, TikTok.
Ausmercer and use it against the Nazis.
Apparently they had an issue with me mentioning my one joke of a bong earlier. What the hell?
Hijack the system, find the Odin codes, and disable the fucking thing. Yeah, but that kind of information is a top military secret. Only the Oberkommando is privy to it.
TikTok is oversensitive and just restricted my live again.
I'll break into the Oberkommando and steal the information off their computing machines. Not a problem.
Computing machine.
Except for the fact that the Oberkommando is now on fucking planet Venus.
Venus.
Ever since you obliterated
Planet
the
Venus.
Oberkommando at Roswell with that nuclear bloody warhead, the Nazis...
We're now on Venus?
...sight back into the horse. So, they moved the Oberkommando to another fucking planet to keep it away from us. All of their top brass, all their top military secrets have been moved to a fully secured base on Venus. Venus. There is no way you are making it to Venus, sunshine. I don't care how mighty your arsenal or how much fucking manpower. There is not a hope in hell you can bypass all that security.
So, they didn't think the moon was good enough, so now we've moved to Venus?
In 2 days, final auditions for the role of the infamous terrorist William Terrorbilly Blaskowitz take place on the enigmatic Aristat habitat on Venus. One of the hopeful actors is Jules Redfield, here getting a snack from his favorite milkshake bar in his hometown of Needles, California.
What you thinking, Anya?
William and I are going for milkshakes. His papers are all in his glove box.
Yeah. What about him?
Wait, what?
Well, is he a Nazi?
You a Nazi fella?
Can't
Can't even tell no more.
even tell no more.
How I look?
Like a walrus. Don't forget your luggage. Remember, you are Jules Redfield, professional actor, traveling to Venus to audition for the part of William Joseph Blaskowitz. Now, you are summoned by personal invitation, so security should be minimal. Break a leg.
Mr. Redfield? Mr. Hughes Redfield?
Yeah, that's me.
I'm Helena, the director of this film. Apologies for the long journey, but my producer favors a safe location and has an affinity for dramatic settings. Come.
I'm curious, how could you make a base on Venus?
Come.
It's like very hot and inhospitable.
Welcome. Welcome to the audition, Mr. Redfield. Now that you're all here, I ask you to prepare yourselves. You must be off book for this audition, so be sure to memorize.
Let's see. Handgranaten. Kampfpistol. Schuckhammer. Schienenpistol. Stimmgewehr. Higher damage and louder. Enhanced zoom while aiming. Yeah, that'll work.
Your lines before the producer gets here. He has a volatile disposition, so be careful what you say and do in his presence. Mr. Redfield, I can't stress enough how important it is you learn these lines by heart. Your script is on the chair. I will be with you shortly.
Can't blow my cover.
Okay.
How am I supposed to remember this shit?
Your agent got you
I gotta write.
You're a Nazi whore.
Places, quickly! Heil Hitler!
Oh yeah, didn't they have to censor this in Germany and remove his mustache and stuff?
Helene, kommen Sie. Haben Sie das gesehen? Fremde in meinem Büro. Würden Sie mir bitte verraten, wer in Gottes Namen das ist?
Ja, es sind Schauspieler, mein Führer.
Schauspieler.
Ja. Diese Männer wollen für die Rolle von William Joseph Blaskowitz vorsprechen. Es sind Schauspieler. Es tut mir leid, meine Nachricht hat sie wohl nicht erreicht.
Und besser konnten wir nicht finden. Keiner von denen sieht dem Kerl auch nur ähnlich.
Ja, das kriegen wir.
Gott nochmal!
Das kriegen wir mit Schminke hin, mein Führer.
Oh ja, Schminke. Gut.
They make him look like he's, you know, in his 70s and losing his mind. Jeez. Kind of weird to think how he would have looked and acted if he didn't make if he made it to that age.
Ähnlich wie Spione.
Building the arts into size.
Ist ja ein Spion
There's
unter
a
Ihnen.
spy amongst you.
Sie haben sicher
I trust
mein
you've
Buch
all read
gelesen.
my book.
Oh, yes, mein Führer. And my children have read it too. I loved it, Mr. Hitler. Super good.
Mr. Hitler, wenn Sie mich ansprechen, sagen
He can get shot for that.
Verstanden? Haben Sie keinen Respekt vor Autorität? Ihre Worte gewähren Einblick in einen höchst verräterischen Geist.
I am so sorry, mein Führer.
Sind Sie denn ein Idiot?
No, mein Führer.
Sind Sie ein verkleideter Schurke, ein Jude? Ein verräterischer Jude?
No, no, mein Führer. I'm from Arizona.
I'm from Arizona. Shot.
Sie kommen immer wieder. Wölfe im Schafspelz. Konspirierende, lügende, niederträchtige Juden. Ich erkenne sie schon von weitem.
What the fuck?
Wenn Sie mein Buch gelesen haben, wissen Sie, dass ich die Wahrheit kenne. Und wer die Wahrheit auf seiner Seite hat,
And the dude's just pissing on the carpet? Damn.
konnte ich die Welt von den Juden reinigen und so konnte ich die minderwertigen Kommunisten in die Knie zwingen. Oh, so ging das. Ich habe ihn vernichtet. William, Josef, Platzkowitsch. Helene, mein absolutes Meisterstück, das Jahrhundert-Epos und mein künstlerisches Erbe. Wer mein Drehbuch liest, der wird die zahllosen Stunden zu schätzen wissen.
Means the script alone will appreciate for hours is spent making sure every scene, every line, every single syllable is flawless.
Fehlerfrei ist.
Bravo, mein Führer, bravo!
Um Gottes Willen. Mutti, mir ist so kalt. Weg!
Dude's losing it.
Sie! Sie spielen die Szene. Helene, zusammen mit ihm.
A cold-blooded terrorist. That is what you are.
What the hell did I write? And you are a Nazi whore.
You monster! What are you going to do to me?
I will rape and murder you.
So many German innocent lives you have killed, but the German race will rise again!
Shit.
I will muffin your right peach too.
I will murder your dirty race too.
Die Worte waren richtig, ja. Aber Sie haben anscheinend nicht die mindeste Ahnung von der Psyche eines Mannes wie Wilhelm Josef Platzkowitsch. Wie können Sie sein, was Sie nicht verstehen? Sie. Spielen Sie die Rolle. Füllen Sie die Rolle.
A cold-blooded terrorist. That is what you are.
And you're a Nazi whore.
Monster. What are you going to do to me?
I will rape you. And I will murder you.
So many German, innocent lives you have killed. But the German race will rise again.
And I will murder your dirty race too.
Viel besser. Sie könnten von ihm lernen. Ich gebe Ihnen, was Sie brauchen, um den Geist dieses
Psychology is insane, man. So weird how they're like, you don't know about William Blazkowicz. I am William Blazkowicz.
Mein Gott, habe ich Hunger. William Joseph Blazkowicz. Aufgewachsen in Mesquite, Texas. Mischlingskind eines Verkäufers und einer polnischen Jüdin. Die Mutter wurde vom Vater ausgeliefert, starb in einem Vernichtungslager in New Mexico. Selbst als Erwachsener
What the fuck?
geistigen Fähigkeiten noch die eines Kindes und tatsächlich
nach
einer Exekution aufschnitten, konnte man sehen, dass er Jude ist.
The innards of a... Yeah.
Helene, machen Sie weiter. Ich bin müde.
Aspirants, as you know, this role is very physical. William Joseph Blazkowicz was not a man of intellect, he was a man of action. The scene takes place right...
She just stepped on the vomit.
Blazkowicz is about to plant the bombs that will massacre the German children in the orphanage. But first, he must eliminate the brave soldiers standing guard outside the school in a brutal fight scene. Mr. Llewellyn-Ewing?
Llewellyn-Ewing.
Yeah. Why don't you start? You will each improvise a fight sequence. And once the guard
What
is
the hell?
completed, you finish the scene by reading the lines from the cue card, exactly as written. Places und action.
Stop! Oh, God, I'm bleeding. I need to take a break.
Line, please.
I need a doctor.
Line.
Your bravery is no match for a Neanderthal like myself. Besides, I only know how to fight in a dirty manner. And now, to kill all the innocent children, Germany's future. Ha 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 ha. What?
Pussy. Jesus.
Mr. Redfield, please. The floor is yours.
All right.
Und action.
Is that what you wanted? Is that what you had in mind?
That's in crypto right now. Crypto's in cryptography or crypto's a cryptocurrency?
Wunderbar! Haben Sie das gesehen, Helene? Wie geboren für die Rolle. Er wird mein Blazkowicz.
Oh, Jesus. Just killed the other. Cryptocurrency.
Perfekt.
I mean, I've been doing it for a few years, but the state of meme coins and everything is bullshit.
Was zur Hölle ist das?
Laserkraftwerk. I mean, I still would invest in the traditional things before I ever really put too much money in cryptocurrency. If
I'm leaving here with your
if I put money in cryptocurrency, it's after I've invested in the rest of
and show the American people what revolution looks like.
Wie viele waren es bei dir? Zählen Hinrichtungen auf? Na klar.
Oh well. Okay, let's press on. That's right, down boy. I saw dude just... Oh, no. Bad doggy. Alright. Managed to clear out those dudes. Alright, let's get the Enigma card over here. Let's keep running. Oh no, that's a grenade launcher. Shit, we're low on energy. Yay, body armor. Okay, we got grenades. Cool, we got some batteries. That looks like a bomb. I don't want to run around that. Okay, that's a dead body. Nope. I think I need to go down this way.
Here it is. My ticket down to the surface.
Transportkapsel bereit zum Einsteigen.
All right, let's clear one more level.
Bitte Zugangsdaten eingeben. Achtung, Fehlfunktion, Navigationssysteme beschädigt. Nicht. Notfallausruf eingeleitet.
I mean, that's one way to deal with it.
2, 1.
Air feels heavy. Brutal heat. Like Texas in August. Time to break into the facility, find the Oberkommando, steal the Odin codes for General Angle's ship. Slick as a whistle.
I guess we got to keep our suit cool with whatever the hell this is. Oh, I guess I'm not supposed to ride in that vehicle. Okay, so where the hell am I supposed to go? There you go. That noise was annoying. Okay, it looks like we got a little secret tunnel here. Secret tunnel. Secret tunnel. Through the mountain. All right, let's recharge the lasercraft work. All right. Now, where do we need to head? All right, let's get some Enigma codes. Climb up the ladder. The long-ass ladder. Now, what was it you said about global warming with Mint Mobile? Yeah, they have an international plan. It's like, $20 for 10 days. Pretty inexpensive for what you get.
There's that heat again. Damn, I'm burning up.
All right, cool. Keep moving. Get a little top up. All right, we got about 40 meters that way. All right. Top up. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. There we go. God damn, that caught me by surprise. Okay, now where do we move from here?
Too hot. Need to cool down.
All right. Hooray. Top up. Move on. And they make this a little bit more complicated than it needs to be. Alright, cool down again. Alright. Cool down again. Sweet. Made use of those bombs. Alright, let's go up the elevator. Alright, where do we go from now? From here. I don't know why it had me do a little hop there. Get over, but Nope, door's unavailable. Available. Oh, nice. I got a refill.
You might call this a howling hellscape. That view is prettier than a pie supper.
The hell? So the red doors I can't get through. So this one must be... Cool.
Deja vu.
Of course, can't use my grenade launcher while I'm in this stupid thing. Come on, turn your back. Shit. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to switch guns. We'll give it one more try. See, can I sneak up on these Nazi bastards? Alright, one Nazi officer down. Come on, you bastard. I saw you coming. What are these, like sleeping pods or something? Alright, let's see. Can I reattach this to reload? Yep. Alright, let's see. Moving on up, moving on up. Thought you could get the drop on me, huh? Well, fuck you.
Welcome to the Oberkommando. Population, shitload of assholes. You got my Odin codes, assholes.
Okay, do I need to go here? Shit. Where are we at? Alright, the signal's gone.
Welcome to the Oberkommando. Population? Alright. Now I gotta somehow get to that main terminal and bring home the Odin codes for the Ausmerzer mission.
What's down here? Cool. Retrieve the Odin codes. Sweet. Those are punch cards. So he knows how to fly a spaceship now, I guess?
Like that, bird. Must be on your way now. All right, the emergency lights on. Where is everyone?
Something is wrong.
What's going on?
For anything.
All right. Think we are definitely gonna pick up on this later, because I got work in the morning. But it's been great hanging out with all of you. Make sure, if you haven't already, to follow me on all of my socials. I'm on Twitch, YouTube, TikTok, Mastodon, and Blue Sky, and of course we have my Discord too. If you aren't there already, Discord and Matrix server. It's about 11:30 where I'm at right now, so we're gonna be raiding out over on Twitch. If you aren't, if you're on Twitch, stick around for the raid. But otherwise, I will see you around soon, and there will be plenty of YouTube content coming now that we have the camera upgrade, and we've got the DJI Pocket Camera 3 and the teleprompter. So I'm going to be working on some scripts and everything, but thank you all for joining me, and I will see you next time. Next planned stream is Tuesday, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, as well as Thursday. So it's always Sunday, Tuesdays, and Thursdays, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, unless otherwise. I think I may... Yeah, this week we'll have a stream. Yeah, so next Thursday we will probably be skipping because I do got my local DEF CON meetup group. But thank you all for joining. Happy hacking. And I will see you all around next time.